I think I did that right. Going live. Are we here? Okay. This is always my worry. So I didn't really want to do like a test stream. But, I think it's working. What's going on, everybody? C4 here. Welcome back. It's been a very long time since I've done a non-draft stream for like the NFL draft. That's usually my one stream per year. And yeah, we are back. This is something that was always one of my favorite things I did in my franchise that we got away from like the last couple years. I don't know why. Honestly, I don't know why, because this is always a series that I try to make it something unique. A lot of content creators do franchise modes. I like to think, ours are always a little bit different over here, but everyone wants to think that there's a little bit different. But I truly try to make a franchise mode for you guys, for the community. And what better way to do that than help you guys walk along with me during the offseason, dealing with who we're cutting, who we're trading, who we're signing, who we're drafting, because I want you guys to get invested in the players that we bring into our series. Now, the one thing I will just say is that there will be takes throughout this, as I am going to be recording sections of this stream to put together for like the off-season video that will be dropping on the weekend for the people that missed out, rather than saying, hey, you guys missed the off-season, go watch the 2-3 hour stream to get caught up. So if I do like, we're talking, we're hanging out, and then I go into YouTuber voice, I'm clearly just like hitting record to, capture that for the final video. Well, I mean, that's nothing different. We used to do that during the draft. So yeah, how you guys doing? No face paint. Saw some people talking about face. Okay, one is like, I just literally got a couple screen grabs for that. She's a YouTuber clickbait. And it'll always, and I don't like clickbaiting, but when you see the paint, you should know either something happened that's rage-worthy, that the monster came out, I'm actually going to wear it, or I forgot to take a screen grab from a highlight of the game and I have nothing else to put in the thumbnail. The face paint, it was funny. I like to think that that's like the little bit of different you get over here on the channel. I don't think there's any other content creator getting dolled up in face paint for the season opener. But it was the cheapest face paint I could get on Amazon, and it burned my face when I was washing it off. So I'll tell you right now, the face paint will come out. We don't want to overuse it. It's I don't want it to become a gimmick, but it will come out. There will be moments. Maybe our first. I'm not just gonna say it's gonna come out when we play in the Super Bowl, because that's gonna be a while from now. But it will be. It will be used. We just don't want to go to that well too many times. So what we're gonna do here today, fellas, is we're going to go through the whole offseason. We are at where we ended the last video, right at the conclusion of the Super Bowl. We went through all of the retirements. I'm not going to go through all that again. Outside of our team, a big one. I already saw people in chat. Okay, you see, there's the balance. I got to get back to dealing with the chat people. What's going on, everybody? Thanks for coming to hang out. We got 263 people. That's about 200 more people than I thought would actually come. So that's pretty cool. Yeah, like the stream. We got 47 likes. I can see all that data here from a stream noob. And I might as well just get all the talking out of the way before we jump right into the offseason. And I'd like to see you guys, throw some comments in. We're hanging out. If anybody's watching the Eagles preseason game, I'm not going to say that I forgot that was on, but if anything cool happens, I saw John Mechie had a catch on the first drive. That was sick. Let me know. And I say this all the time. Every time I stream, I have a good time, and I say I'm going to stream more, and then I never stream more. I really want to, I don't know. I feel like the end game, the final evolution of me as a content creator is like content like this, where at the end of the day, I'm going to be grabbing footage to make the off-season video. But you guys are actually going to be here helping me decide what we do, so it's sick. I think the end game would be when I work during the week from 9 to 2 before I got to pick my kid up from school. Stream that during the day, hang out with you guys, and then from that stream make my YouTube content. I don't know, because I just can't do and commit to streams in the evening where I work You know, I'm someone that I know there's plenty of YouTubers here that have never actually worked, and they've just like their YouTube's all they know. I've done multiple bullshit labor jobs, factory on a 40-degree day job. You know what I'm saying? So I don't really take what I take as work. But when I'm working, I just don't have it in me with like a family at home to be like, oh yeah, I played video games from 9 to 4 o'clock, and then I'm playing video games again from 8 to midnight. You know, it never works. The only way that streaming would ever be an end game and be something I can actually do consistently would have to be like during the day, and I don't really know how many people are gonna be chilling during the day to come watch fucking franchise content. But we'll see. Maybe that'll be something we do. But at minimum, I can commit to doing these off-season streams every time we get to the off-season. Okay, well, yeah, that was our retirement. Got everyone chilling. What's going on, fellas? Are the supplement? I just got back in for literally. I don't have. I'm anxious about certain things as a con. I'd like to say I'm overly not an anxious person at all, even though it's like maybe genetic. I'm only anxious about like I just never look at YouTube views. I never want to like track my stats like that. But I was anxious tonight, being like, should I go set the mood? So I go simmer down a little bit with like I haven't streamed forever, so like you got to do all like the stream login and make sure everything's working. I was like, I don't think I should be zooted and tooted, you know, salad consumed until I get the stream going. But we, kids are out of town. We are ready for this off season. We'll say that. I got a little energy drink to kind of balance it out. But what we're going to do today, the only thing that's TBD is the preseason games. Maybe, you know, we'll see where we're at time-wise. Like, my plan is you guys are getting the full offseason. Roster management, free agency, and the draft. And I think the draft's going to be pretty consuming because, there's balance. Do we do house rules? Do we, there's an element of I'm really good at drafting. There's a chance, I think back to the Arizona Cardinals dynasty that we did, franchise that we did, dynasty, wow. Where, we get, and we got great players. I remember that dynasty, we got a superstar corner, and I got an X-Factor tight end, House. Remember, he was a House. He was a dog. That was sick. I feel like it's sick when we draft and I get the studs. But then there's, the downside of, that's going to speed this up. Like if I go out and try to draft my hardest. If I try to draft and knowing what I know, bring the best players in during this draft for the Raiders. What if it's too good? What if it's too fast? Do we need to set house rules? I have one house rule that I want to set, which we'll get to when we get to the draft. Right now, if you've played Madden 26 or if you haven't played Madden 26, there's a nose tackle glitch. Where previous Maddens you've had the nose tackle cheese, where generally those players that are 330 plus pounds are almost always good. I have found in almost every, I'd say at least 80%, 85% of my generated draft classes in Madden 26 and all my rebuilds, there's 2 to 4 7th round UDFA nose tackles that are almost always mid 70s. I think they're usually a normal dev, they're not X Factors or superstars, but they exist. I need a D tackle this year, so I'm going to probably say when we get to that draft, we can only draft one. We got to pick one nose tackle. I'm not going to get the 3 or 4 cheese ones that definitely exist. All right, so retirement. I just saw because someone said it in our chat. Should I go get Khalil Mack? Because Khalil Mack shattered the single-season sack record this season. By far and away, he was the best pass rusher. And he actually retired after 12 seasons. I would have loved that, honestly. There are certain players, and I think there's an element to this series of, and we'll just look real quickly here at the type of destruction that Khalil Mack did for the Chargers. He only got one of those sacks on us. We generally kept, because he's retired, it's probably gone. We generally kept Geno Smith very clean in our games against the Chargers this year. But Khalil Mack got 30 sacks. It would have been sick because I'm pretty sure he's only on a 1-year deal with the Chargers. I absolutely would have ran it back to bring Geno Smith back. or not Geno Smith, Khalil Mack back. And that there's I just got back in from outside, catching my breath, eating my salad. I'm going to need it before I even start recording for YouTube. Let me just get the brain working again. Geno Smith, Khalil Mack, Michael Thomas, Tyler Boyd, Calvin Johnson, LaDainian Tomlinson, Eric Dickerson, Peyton Manning, Dick Lane. Gotta get it going. Gotta get caught up! Okay. Point that I was about to make is Khalil Mack. If Khalil Mack didn't retire, there would be logic that he's not really great for a rebuild. Even though he broke the sack record, regression was likely going to probably, hurt him pretty bad. And that's usually not a player that I would sign in like a regular rebuild. He's super old. It's not going to make sense. But I think when you look at our Raiders roster, and it happens in most franchises, how many players have we been like redemption story, right? Geno Smith obviously started his redemption before he came to Vegas. But generally speaking, Geno Smith is a player that was deemed a bust and, with us, had a career year. He fits like a certain backstory. Running back room, it is what it is right now. Wide receiver room's relatively the same. But I think when we get defensive side of the ball, I think Tyree Wilson's kind of a player. Not someone that's from out of the house, but he's a player that was drafted really high. Great athlete, hasn't put together, but he's a guy we want to play. He's a great story. Defensively, Adam Butler. Who the hell is this? Who the hell is Adam Butler? And he's kind of popping off. We have Devin White, who barely got on the field because he's our Sam, and we primarily played 4-2-5 defense. But like Devin White had a whole episode where he was like the star of the show on the defensive side of the ball. A great reclamation project that had success. None more so than Jamal Adams. I don't even know what he was. He was like a 72 star def. He was a 72 star def, and he wasn't even on base roster. I had to go sign him off free agency. But in real life, they have moved Jamal Adams, and he's always kind of played like that sub linebacker role. Arguably, that's been his best position in the NFL. But Pete Carroll straight up was like, Jamal Adams, you are a linebacker now. And what we did with Jamal Adams, his rating, I definitely think, he's at 30. He's pretty much at his ceiling. There's not going to be any huge growth outside of getting that dev trade up. But Jamal Adams at linebacker, 115 tackles, 27 TFLs, 7.5 sacks, 4 picks, 4 PBUs. Like, that is an awesome story of a guy that was deemed, leagues passed you by. You're not as good as you once were, even though you were, for his case as well, borderline like I don't want to say generational safety, but he is like one of the best safety recruits of all time. Like, it's like Eric Berry, Jamal Adams, it's a very short list of like and what happened? Like, I don't even where has he been playing? I know he's with the Jets, and then he got traded to Seattle, and then who knows? The point being, Jamal Adams is a guy that kind of thrown to the garbage. And we're hyping this up because we're about to go to free agency. Is that something that we need to value? Like, we need to go into this game thinking, these are the kind of players we want to play with. These are the kind of players we want to feature. We could have just as easily gone with Eichenberg, Ohio State player, had some hype. Like, do we just make him a big-time player for us? We could have. We could have gone out and made, Matt Jones, who doesn't even have a profile picture. We could have just had fun and made like Matt Jones out of nowhere. But I feel like there's an element for these Devin Whites, for the Jamal Adams of the world, that those are the kind of guys you want to root for. Those are the kind of guys that are fun to pay attention to. And I think that maybe be something that we value going into the free agency period here, is if there's those guys that aren't going to be top 5 players at their available position. Maybe we got to dig a little deeper in free agency. But if we can find, a couple guys that were once absolute gems and have kind of fallen on hard times a little bit and need a little bit of a reclamation project, those could be the kind of players that we want to target in free agency. An update of our picks. We have all of our picks. We pick at number 10, and I'm not saying that we're going to be staying at number 10, but we have picked 10, 42, 74, 106, 138, 170, 202. I don't think we need to necessarily acquire more picks, which we could, depending on how the board kind of settles. I do have players already shortlisted that I've kind of just like tabbed throughout the years. It's been a little bit since I've actually looked at that. But we do have a lot of information. See, sorry. We got our favorites. Our focus scout this year was quarterback. So we have a quarterback room. Almost all these players, though, it's fairly self-explanatory why I have them tabbed out. Like if we're talking about corners, very easy. Do you have A or B in man or zone in any round? Because if you do, I'm going to tab you up. You're going to get put it in the favorite pile. If you're a nose tackle, Bryce Kirkland here, 338 pounds, you're probably pretty good. Safeties as well. If you had A or B in man or zone, regardless of round, you got a UDFA guy there. You got tabbed up. But as we get more information, as we get the combine numbers, pro day numbers, we're going to be able to expand a little bit into our favorites. The one kind of piece of information that we need to know, and I will remind it when we get into the actual class, is Kyle Clary here out of Oregon is the Heisman Trophy winner. We had that news story pop up. So that is something that, like, I don't know what that means. There's got to be something good under the hood. Like, does Heisman always equal a dev trait? A good dev trait? I don't know. But he looks like probably my favorite quarterback in this class. B accuracy, deep, A mid, A short, A throw under pressure, prototypical size, 6'2", 230. I mean, prototypical. I mean, 230s, like, that's kind of prototypical. But, he's not the big 6'4", 6'5 quarterback. But you ain't complaining about 6'2". Webcam's kind of blocking the throw power, but he has elite to great throw power, so it's kind of ticking the box there as well. So that means, I think that's like 95 plus in the throw power department. And it's a weird year because I remember the first thing I talked about when I looked at this class was, look, a 5'11 quarterback, 5'11, 5'11. Now, as someone that's 5'10 on a good day, 5'11 is not short, okay? But it's also, this is generally a fairly small quarterback class. At least, like, they're not lacking in weight. They kind of got some weight in their ass, if you know what I'm saying. So that's good, but I don't know. It's like one of those things, like, could I see me trading up for, like, a 5'11 quarterback? Like, I feel like that's always just going to be, like, a niche player. But, yeah, that is what this stream is going to do. We're going to start here right now in the staff week. Because we already talked about this last episode. We hired Kellen Moore and Pete Carroll. I actually saw people in the comments, like, how did you fire your offensive coordinator when you had one of the best offenses in the league? Because that is Pat Phoenix is our offensive coordinator. This guy here, our old OC, you just hold the clipboard. He's a yes man. He gets, salad runs. So I saw Kellen Moore there. He got done dirty by the Saints. So, you know what, we'll bring Kellen Moore in. And then Pete Carroll was obviously, that made a whole lot of sense. Bring him in as defensive coordinator. He's level 25, so he was like 15 base levels higher than our DC last year. So we're getting a lot more abilities active there. One thing, just because, got to make sure I'm doing everything right. Okay, so we have that equipped. We got to make sure, I can already see it. It's going to be late stream. I'm putting this out here now for you guys to try to remind me. We have to have Scouts Honor active before we get to the end of the preseason. If we end up playing some of the preseason. Because if not, you're going to miss. It has to be active the week before. We need to hire our scouts. And not to say that I need any extra help in the drafting scouting department, but that was quite a significant investment of our coach points. And I do not want to miss it. And the same thing goes for the camp counselor. You need to have this active before training camp starts, or you're not going to be able to get those boosts. So we'll try and get that one done as well. Okay, let's start the stream now. All right, we're only, 20 minutes in? We're going to go right away into next week. I think that's it. Okay, I guess the last thing would be mock draft 4. Let's just click everything that's on the screen before we move to the next screen. Ravens won the Super Bowl, 35-29. They ended a potential dynasty for the Philadelphia Eagles starting. Dante Thornton won Offensive Rookie of the Year. Something that is very cool is I posted a clip. We had my all-time highlight, I think. There's probably been some other highlights, but that I can remember. We took Thornton. We jumped over 2 players into the end zone for a touchdown. I shared that on my X, and the real Dante Thornton liked and retweeted it. Do we need to treat Dante Thornton like Keith Taylor? Like, do I need to get, at some point, set some sort of channel goal to get a Dante Thornton jersey? I don't know. I'm thinking about it. I'm pondering it, because I think when all is said and done, if Thornton keeps playing like this and there's no injuries, I think we got to, we got to make sure he stays healthy. And if he does stay healthy, we got to absolutely crush it. So, let's go. Draft time is ready. Just quick reminder for myself. What does the final mock draft... No, there's no... Yeah, come on! UDFA nose tackle? That's what we're doing? Tell you that right now. I'll make you one promise. No. We are not drafting a UDFA D tackle at pick 10. Wally West, we need Keith Taylor on the Raiders. Man, I'll tell you right now. Keith Taylor, when you load up Madden 26, Keith Taylor is on the Falcons. All along, I was like setting it up. Like I was going to kind of pre-plan it a little bit to have Keith Taylor make an appearance on our team. Just for the memes. He probably wouldn't play much, but our secondary is so bad. Let's just throw him back there. Dude, he got released and then gone. Like there's no, like I'm hoping maybe he pops back up when we get into free agency here. But Keith Taylor was like, he just vanished. All gone. Like, and he does it almost every year. It feels like the last couple Maddens. Keith Taylor, whatever roster he's on, he's not even bad. He's like a 65, 66. But he doesn't get thrown on the practice squad. He gets outright released. And then he's just not in free agency pool, which is really brutal. Maybe that's our fault for making a not great player kind of a meme on the channel. But here we go. Let's go to the next week. Let's start the offseason. So we don't need to go to coaching carousel. We're looking pretty good here. I'm going to start a little recording. What's going on, everybody? C4 here. Welcome back to the channel. And today is our Vegas Raiders offseason. We have almost 500 people in chat. If you missed the live stream, this is a series that is very much involved with our community. So what we're doing during this live stream for the offseason, I'm going to be using feedback from the community for how we should handle some roster moves, if we need to make a trade, if we and who we should target in free agency, and ultimately we're going to find the best possible draft that we can bring to slowly get in motion this Vegas Raiders team heading towards a Super Bowl. I don't know if it's going to be next year. I don't know if this will be the year after, but I'm going to tell you right now, if you've been watching my Madden 26 rebuilds, I have been absolutely crushing drafting. So I'm kind of hoping that continues here in this series. I told my chat, ugh, not a stream, that's weird, that's foreign, that's a foreign term for me. But I said to chat, should I set house rules so that I don't draft and try to draft the best possible players that I can go find? Should we try to limit it so we don't have an overpowered, cheesy draft? And based off of those 500 people in chat, they say go for it. Go all in, get the best players, do it for the Raiders. And that is exactly what we're going to do. So we're going to start the offseason. We have a storyline for staff improvement. We have a brand new coaching staff. If you missed the last episode, we ended up bringing Kellen Moore in on the offensive side of the ball. And old Pete Carroll was just walking aimlessly on the streets of Vegas. I felt bad. Like he was going into the Pawn Stars shop trying to get rid. I said, no, Pete. No, Pete. You're a legend, Pete. We'll bring you back in as a defensive coordinator. And that's what we need to do. So let's see. Looking forward here. We need to stop the pass. We have got to find a way. Pete, listen to me, Pete. Opposing teams' quarterbacks complete 90% of their passes against me. Okay, Pete? So what I need to do is move the webcam so I can see what the hell he's saying. Cover two. No, I'm not. Okay, we're going to go affect quarterback timing because I think what I need to do is run some press man. I've seen that in the comments. So that may be the best path forward to improving our defense. So a part of press man would be affecting the quarterback with the blitz. So we got Pat Phoenix here, guns out. I wish we could also have Pete Carroll there, guns out. But I appreciate Pete coming in right away and saying, offensively, we're one of the best offenses in the league. We got it. Defensively, it was an absolute shit show. And Pete's coming in saying he's gonna work. He's gonna work some miracles with the draft and free agency that we're gonna bring in. We're gonna have a defense that is no longer a laughingstock and 32nd in the league in points per game, 32nd in the league in pass yards per game. We're gonna get it right. Okay. So we need to look here at our players that we have set to leave. Eric Stokes is gone. I'll tell you right now. Even though there's interest, even though like everything in my Madden brain is saying that's still there's still something to save there with Eric Stokes. 6 feet tall, 195, 77 overall, still has a dev trait, still on the right side of 30, has like 95, 96 speed. He was so bad. And I don't know, maybe he's taken the fall for the state of just all bad in gameplay right now. But I think from the season, how it played out, Stokes is gone. It's best to get out of here. Jacoby Myers was solid. He had 7 receiving touchdowns last season. But I think the fact of the matter is, for Jacoby Myers, is he's in the way of Jack Betch getting on the field. And Jack Betch, great story, awesome story. Dev trait rookies, an 80 overall. And basically, if we keep Jacoby Myers, it's just going to keep Jack Betch getting on the field. But Jacoby Myers, underrated. He's a player personally I want to try to target in fantasy football. I think he's going to get a lot of targets in real life for the Raiders this year. And we saw it for us. 7 touchdowns, 487 yards on 40 balls, had 1,000 yards a year ago. But I think ultimately it's just, I don't know, man. It's one of those deals where I think Jacoby Myers is just, it's too crowded of a room. And that's still putting in, like, I think we need to look at maybe wide receivers at some point in the draft. What's up, Jerome? PKR? No, Eric. I mean, there's a little, I'm sure that's some Green Bay. Kind of hold on that. We have Tyree Wilson, 5th-year option. I am actually going to, we'll decline that. Zamir White's replaceable. McCormick's replaceable. Jordan Meredith. I do like having depth, man. Depth is so important with wear and tear. Late season, like it feels like, especially on the offensive line, it's just a revolving door. But I don't know, man. I think the play is like you're gonna want like to find some of those nice depth linemen day 2, day 3 of the draft that you might have a chance getting in the 70s overall and have them just fill out your depth on rookie contracts. Kuntz, you have Holmes. Holmes went up a dev trait. That was so weird. I really don't want anybody. Landon Roberts. We got Devin White. Like, is Devin White get a contract? Like, do we want to see a little more? Devin White, that looks absolute bargain bin contract, 3 years. He's not going to regress for the next 2 seasons. Ponder that. Colin Johnson stood out during our preseason, but that's a ridiculous number. It's one of the things that I am missing a little bit over PC. On PC with some of the franchise logic mods that exist, like a lot of these numbers are a lot more realistic. You have the man that the Raiders traded Jacorian Bennett for and Thomas Booker. I wish we were able to get him on the field a little bit more. We have our long snapper. Do we want to pay our long snapper? I don't know. I'm thinking, we only have one chance with Devin White. There's not a lot of re-sign interest there, but I think we go with a competitive offer for Devin White, and even if he declines it, I wouldn't hate revisiting that on the open market. I think Devin White gets it. I think Tyree Wilson will decline the 5th-year option, but my plan is to also kind of continue to develop him a little bit. And, man, I like Meredith at depth, but $8 million a year for depth that's a tough sell. All right, so looking at our free agents, kind of going through with Chad a little bit. We're all in agreement. Eric Stokes. Just you gotta. It's He got burned too bad. The bridges between myself and him were burnt too bad. Jacoby Myers, great player, had 7 touchdowns for us, but ultimately our wide receiver room is very crowded. So I think that it's best for him to go elsewhere. Tyree Wilson, we are going to decline his 5th-year option with the idea of just getting ahead of, like, I want to buy the dip. Tyree Wilson is kind of on a dip, but at 6'6", 271, great athletic profile. I think there's a chance that we might be able to get him into a contract extension next year early and then have his development kind of pop off. Now, he's 26, so that's kind of like a now or never situation, but I think that's the right play there. Zamir White's replaceable. McCormick's replaceable. I would love to keep Jordan Meredith, and we're talking in chat about like the wear and tear, especially on the offensive line. It becomes like a little bit of a revolving door, and you want to have good depth, but $8 million a year for depth is very expensive, where we might be able to find these guys, you know, I'm hoping day 2, day 3 of the draft. Malcolm Kuntz, I know he's a guy that's regarded in real life, but like just never made plays for us on the defensive side of the ball in game. Darnay Holmes is an interesting one. I like Darnay Holmes. He got a dev trait with us last season, but that's kind of, he's in the maybe pile of getting a contract. I think Devin White is a player that we all liked. I would love to get him on a 2-year deal. I'd rather actually overpay a little bit more just to get him on a 2 year so we don't have to have that 3rd year when he's 31 and probably like mid-60s. But Devin White is a player that stood out, had almost a whole episode dedicated to his play last year. And I feel like in case of injury or just maybe we need to be aggressive in getting him on the field more. Maybe him, Jermaine Pratt, and Jamal Adams is the linebacking core of the future. And kind of present because we're kind of old for this Raiders team. So I'm going to go 2 years, maybe 2 year, $6.5 million is a little expensive, but we want to keep Devin White in-house. And if he declines this, we could still go on the open market, but there we go. That's the kind of culture we want to bring. We talked about this. I have no idea who's going to be available in free agency. Generally speaking, from my rebuild experience here in Madden 26, free agency is not, at least early on in rebuilds, not super exciting. There's not a lot of big names. So I think that may give us a chance to kind of look at Devin White type players, Jamal Adams type players. We're like niche, one-time, highly regarded, highly drafted, highly respected players that maybe have kind of fallen on hard times a little bit. Come to Vegas. We'll give you a chance. And, and from like a realism standpoint, agents would see this. Agents would see the breakout of Jamal Adams and know if their client kind of fits certain, like those checklist items, come to Vegas. We'll give you a chance to come make some plays. Outside of that, we have our long snapper, where I've just been in my rebuilds drafting a long snapper in the 7th round. So you just have a long snapper on a rookie contract. But, I mean, we got Bobenmeyer. See if we can get him. That's just kind of a, clerical. Like, just I have a long snapper because you don't have a long snapper. The game will let you progress. You're like, you don't have a long snapper. Please go sign one. I'm thinking the last piece of business, I think because Darnay Holmes went up a dev trait, and I personally was a fan of him in college at UCLA, I'll give him a 1-year deal. And just because, BPA. Everybody else, thank you very much, but your services are no longer needed, and I'll never forget that one preseason game Colin Johnson had for us last year. I don't think we're good. Do you mean trade Jacoby Myers? Sign him and trade him? Like a sign and trade? Ah, no, screw that. We'll let him go. That's kind of cheesing. I don't, wouldn't have. Oh, ooh. See, is there a way that I can check my weekly abilities right now? I see how the loadout's disabled. Like if I could just preload my Scout's Honor and my training camp boost, that would be pretty sick. Pretty sick thing to do. Okay, now let's go. Next stage. Jerome, wonder if there's any generational long snappers. I've seen some, I think 72, 73 has been the highest I've seen. No dev traits. I don't know. That'd be cool. Like, just have ridiculous stat or two. Like, he has 99 jumping. Chooch. Max Crosby probably has 2 seasons left before retiring. What? No. No. I don't think we can do that. JJ, trade Val Gilchrist to Myrtle Beach. It's a little insider trading right there. Give me Winston. Trade Geno, draft that quarterback. Can we trade Geno? I feel like that's, how do we want to cultivate a redemption arc culture by having a player redeem him? He redeemed so hard. And be like, nah, we're going to trade. No, I would say if Geno, I still want to get, there's still absolutely a scenario that I decide and we decide that trading up and getting the pick of the litter at quarterback is the right call. But Geno Smith has the mentorship tag. So I think from like a salary standpoint, it doesn't really make a lot of sense to move him. But I would say maybe if he didn't have a mentor tag, I could appreciate that argument. Where you're like, you know what, he's not really offering any value. He's really just kind of getting in the way of the future of the franchise. But Geno Smith having that mentorship tag that's a lot of value. That's a lot of value if the plan is to go get a quarterback. And I see people saying trading for Anthony Richardson. I don't think we want to see that. I don't know. I've used Anthony Richardson on the channel before. He was our pink slip quarterback when he was a rookie. I am an Anthony Richardson fan biasly. And he didn't play good. I don't know. I don't know if that's changed. Anthony Richardson has got to be. Let me go look at his stats here. I don't think he's been traded. I actually think he's the starting. And I would also say that in this scenario I'm pretty sure Anthony Richardson was the starting quarterback for the Colts in this year, and he wasn't terrible. So the asking price for him would be a lot more expensive if he was the backup. But when we look at Anthony Richardson's stats, he has got to be like, all I remember, and I don't know what it was, and I have like connections with modders that like explain things that I can't explain. Like I had modders sit me down and tell me exactly why Travis Hunter's stats don't track at wide receiver in Madden. And they basically said under the hood, like basically the big stat Excel sheet, it is impossible to have a player at two different positions track at the same time. And so they'd have to redo the entire stat tracking sheet under the hood to make Travis Hunter work. And I was still like, why didn't they do that? He's literally like a back-of-the-box feature. But like I have people that explain things like that don't make any sense. And I couldn't have a single person explain why Anthony Richardson, when we used him, felt zero a bit of 91 speed, 92 acceleration, 88 agility. He was so slow. He never broke a tackle. The break sack didn't matter. I was so frustrated. I was so excited to get Anthony Richardson and play with him in our Pink Slip Dynasty. And the fact that he played, like, it felt like I was playing with Kirk Cousins out there. That was brutal. So I've always kind of held that against Anthony Richardson, at least as far as Madden is concerned. But in the reality of this, he is the starter, and he's actually developed. He's an 80, what is that? What was his base rating? So if we did want to try to trade for him, it would have to be something like in real life played out where Daniel Jones was a starter, and he was like still like a 70, whatever his base rating is, like 72, 73. Jalen Milroe, yeah, maybe. I do still think, fellas, we want like a somewhat sense of realism where like I don't think the Seahawks would want to trade. I think the plan is a true successor. I'm seeing Zach Wilson and Trey Lance potential redemptions. Are they both free agents? Yeah, Trey Lance is a free agent. Zach Wilson is also a free agent. Those would be the two. Tanner McKee would be another one. Tanner McKee's not really a fun Madden quarterback, but I would, I'd love Tanner McKee at some point. Let's go get a look here. Optimus. I know Joe Milton. Okay, the last thing before we go into free agency, because we're just talking about quarterbacks right now. When I planned on, I decided a long time, Raiders were going to be my team last year, and then we had some discussions with other creators and decided I'll do something else, and then it was a last-second pivot to the Vikings, and the Vikings were actually good in real life, so it wasn't a fun dynasty or rebuild series to do. That sucked, but it's basically, I've decided for 2 years that the Raiders were going to be my team at some point. And like my whole plan was like, I'm going to trade for Joe Milton when he was on the Patriots as a backup. That made so much sense. And then when he got traded to Dallas, it kind of, I don't know, took a little bit of the luster of making that move out of. It would be sick though, man. Imagine Joe Milton, the Tennessee Connect. I get it's Madden. Madden's not real life. But I was looking at a lot of Dante Thornton highlights of Tennessee. I'm pretty like he overlapped with Joe Milton, right? Like that should have been like. Shouldn't there be a lot of highlights plaguing the internet of a 6'5", 4'2" speed wide receiver getting on the end of literally the strongest arm of all time? Is there highlights of Thornton and Joe Milton kind of crushing it? I don't think so. But let's go look one last thing here before we go and look at the free agency. What is Joe Milton's, like, has he developed? Would he be a pain in the ass to trade for, or would he be, he's a 74. 26, 74, old rookie. 99 throw power. The accuracies kind of suck. But he would get benefit from the mentorship tag from Geno Smith. I mean, I don't know. It's one of those things. If I did a trade like this, I wouldn't want to give up anything good. Like, what do, hypothetically, I'm not recording or anything for video. What they need: D tackle, strong safety, Will Mike, free safety. So I'd have to give a pick because the Dallas Cowboys are 28. They re-signed Micah, didn't they? I'd have to trade a pick. So then it would be. I would much rather, because I want as many picks as we can get. It's an off-season stream. We want to dominate the draft. I have plans of trying to make all the. I'd be like a fifth, but would Dallas realistically trade for a fifth? I don't know, man. We got Will Levis, like 27. Fucking load times, man. I remember we got early access for this. Here's a little insight, because I don't think there's technically an NDA. When we got early access, we have like a, there's like a chat, kind of like a chat thing that you can go into. And I remember, like, early access was out for, I don't know, 3 days. And like people were talking, collabing and stuff like that. And I just like went into, I was like, is anyone else's load times, like first person to bring it up, terrible? Like, this is supposed to be next gen. It takes 5-10 seconds to like swap in a player. I was like, did anyone else bring? And I was told, first title update, it should get fixed. I don't know. But if it does get fixed, first title update, I'm taking sole credit for this. This one incredibly difficult bug that I was the only person to create and find and discover of lag times in menus on next gen. It's next gen only. This should be cutting edge. This should be the fastest this game runs and optimized. And it's the slowest it's been in fucking since it was on N64. So looking at Will Levis here. Again, kind of like I'm going to be honest. I don't want to be ageist. I will say right now, and I catch myself saying this, I'm doing a Titans rebuild. I should have a Titans rebuild out tomorrow. And I was talking about, on the Titans, oddly enough, it was Calvin Ridley. And I said, man, it didn't seem like Calvin Ridley's been in the league a long time. Like, you think Calvin Ridley, he was like an older rookie. I'm like, Calvin Ridley at 31, dude. Guy's washed. This guy is like, he's over the hill. He's regressing. I'm like, dude, and it just stopped me. He's like, I'm 32. It's just something that's like, it's in game. You talk about it in game, and then the reality, like when you bring real life, it's like, this guy at 31, get out of the league, old man. It's like, I'm older. I'm 32. So it's one of those things. It makes, it makes you think. Old as shit. Jalen Milroe's the last quarterback here that's getting some talk in chat. And I don't know, man. There's the sense, we want to kind of keep that sense of realism. Would the Seahawks realistically trade What was he, a third-round pick, second-round pick? Did he fall beyond that? So there's no way they would, like, if I wanted Jalen Milroe, it would cost me a second-round pick. There's no way the Seahawks, after 1 year of clearly following the plan of drafting Jalen Milroe to sit behind Sam Darnold, would trade him for anything less than, that third-round pick. So, I don't know. I think the only way I would be able to make a trade for Jalen Milroe would be to like make a realistic trade. The Seahawks would probably want a second rounder for him. Probably would, though. I think literally we can see what do they want to trade. Let me go do that 1 sec before we look at free agency. I feel like we're doing like the classic YouTuber clickbait of like, guys, just keep waiting. We'll look at free agency eventually. But I'm pretty sure we can throw Jalen Milroe in the trade block and see what they would want. Their salary cap is wide open. See, I can't, like, you know, I could, but I think that'd be kind of lame. Tonka Hemingway, like, that's gone. You are gone, Tonka Hemingway. Shout out Tonka Trucks. Or a third rounder, 3 and 2 sevens, and Darnay Holmes. So, I don't know. We could unrealistically get Jalen Milroe, but I would say not yet. Maybe next offseason, if he's still not. I think that would be the story. That would be the realistic story that I could twist to get a Jalen Milroe would be if he's still not starting going into the next season, then like you could see his agent being like, this isn't the plan. We're supposed to sit for a year and then Jalen Milroe is going to get a chance to be the starting quarterback for the Seahawks. He doesn't get that path, maybe we would consider it. All right, so we're kind of going through chat. We just had a lengthy discussion about potential quarterbacks before we go look at free agency. Should we trade? Should we not trade? We looked at Joe Milton. He's 26. That kind of was, you know, we're being ageist a little bit. Joe Milton's a little out of our age range. We looked at Will Levis. There's going to be probably some quarterbacks on the open market, but the name that came up in chat here was Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe, very fun quarterback. Very fun. Load times. All right, just no time. Okay. 66. He's 23 years old. 6'2", 216. 92 throw power. 93 speed. 93 acceleration. Big time arm. And he's like one of those players that's like cheesed and nerfed because of his low awareness. But the reality is, if you gave him like a reasonable rookie awareness of like 65, he would be, you know, looking pretty overpowered. And the discussion is whether or not should we trade for a Jalen Milroe. So what we did, just out of curiosity's sake, is see what the Seahawks want. He was a third-round pick. This is the first offseason. I think in real life, Seattle it'd have to take a second rounder. There's no way they're just breaking even on Jalen Milroe and accepting a third-round pick, which is kind of what they want there. Or a future third and 2 sevenths. They want maybe potentially Darnay Holmes, 73 star dev corner that we just re-signed. Or we have Tonka Hemingway. It's like, I would do that trade in a second, I'll be honest with you. It's just, I think it's too early. I'm not ruling out Jalen Milroe. Jalen Milroe could very well be our quarterback target next offseason if we don't get a QB in this year's draft. But I think the idea of Jalen Milroe in real life going to Seattle is to sit behind Darnold and eventually be the starting quarterback. But if he is still next season, year 2 of being a backup, then I could see Seattle potentially trading him. That is when I think we could strike if he is a quarterback we need to see play for the silver and black. Okay. And you know what? Hey, I'll say this. I'll leave you with this. I see people looking for Gino or looking for Milroe in chat. We could do the offseason and draft and still not be happy with our quarterback room. Maybe we'll make a move. But let's take a look here at some free agents. I have no idea who's going to be available. Hopefully we got a good roll. Ugh. So we got a center that has no interest. You got Turnstile Moten, who I think just signed a contract yesterday with the Panthers, long term. Man, do you need centers? Because we got centers. Oh, Jesus. Aaron Rodgers didn't retire. We got famous Jameis, Mac Jones, Daniel Jones, Zach Wilson. Let's go look at his stats. I've seen you guys kind of talking about him. I do think he has interesting stats. He was a player that there they go, Zach Wilson and Trey Lance. Those would be options to bring in. Zach Wilson, 27, but 93 throw power, good athleticism for the most part. Got a face scan. That's always something I think you could value, right? Immersion. Got the cool scan in there. Don't hate it. Or we have Mr. Trey Lance, who was tearing it up in the preseason for the LA Chargers. 26, so a little bit younger. 91 throw power, good athleticism, accuracy. You know, all these guys are pretty much... Sign Rodgers, trade Geno, and trade for Milrow. Are we all forgetting Geno got 40 touchdowns? And he ain't wrote back? All these people saying trade Geno are the people that are waiting for Geno to write back. What else we got? So, yeah, you got Minshew Mania running that back. Yeah, oh, man, Gardner Minshew with the mentor tag. That's cool. Got Mariota, Drew Lock, Kenny Pickett, Hendon Hooker. What does a Hendon Hooker look like? Remember, he was kind of like, you know, Joe Milton before Joe Milton. And oh, my God. I thought Hendon Hooker had a better arm than that. 89 throw power. Short accuracy is on point. 38 awareness. That's one of those ones, like, what is an actual... If you had and gave him, like, a realistic awareness, like, give him 65. That's just, like, the template default number. What is his rating? Like, 75? That is the low... What is he... Why is he so unaware? Clueless. Yeah. Sean Watson... Mentor. Yeah, that's what we need. Malik Willis is here. $27. Man, we're getting old as shit. 93 throw power, 90. I mean, that's a fun quarterback right there. Get 47 awareness. If you give any of these guys like obviously awareness when you're playing the game doesn't matter. But, like, I'm relating it to their base overall. Like, if you gave them just normal awareness, like Malik Willis is in the low 70s. Hendon Hooker's in the low 70s. But I do think that's... I don't know, man. Oh, man, Carson Wentz. Do I finally, as a Florida Gator fan, get Kyle Trask involved? Tommy DeVito. I got Michael Pratt. Damian with the $2. Draft a quarterback, don't trade for these scrubs. I'm 97% we will be drafting a potential quarterback. Potentially. The question becomes, are we in a spot where we need to aggressively go get a quarterback when we find one that we like? Or do we, you know, we're one of those things where Geno Smith just threw for 40 touchdowns. We have clear holes on the defense. Do we still use and potentially have to trade up in the first round for a quarterback? Shamir, we already looked at Anthony Richardson. In this world, he's the starting, like an 84 overall. He started for the Colts. He would be very difficult to trade for. Stetson Bennett. Okay, actually, one thing we have to do, and I'm going to go back. We got to record this section. I got to show the roster here. I got a piece of paper. I'm going to write down our needs. We have got to address our needs. What are our needs right now? So as we go into free agency, needs. What do we got? We have 3 quarterbacks on roster. I think our plan right now is to draft a quarterback. I'm going to put QB1 on my needs list because even if Geno Smith is our starter next year, we do kind of like he's the transition quarterback. We're going to utilize that mentorship if we draft one. Chat's been going on about trading for Jalen Milrow or Anthony Richardson. I think draft is where we go for a quarterback. Running back room, we saw firsthand, and I don't think we necessarily need to change the usage of Ashton Jeanty. He is our star player. We gotta feature the star player. But we saw late season with the wear and tear, the backup running back had to get involved. Now we got Laube here, who is for the brand. But I do think we need a legitimate RB2. We need someone that's a fun RB2. We had Raheem Mostert, kind of old, not really, it doesn't really have the same speed that he had at his peak. I think we actually have a fun change of pace back. It's always going to feel like decent when Ashton Jeanty comes out because we're going to be able to feature sparingly kind of a fun running back that's not J.J. Pegues in on the fullback dives. At wide receiver, we got, we're 4 deep there. Trey Tucker, Betch, Thornton. These guys are dogs. I will also say right now that I shared the clip on X about Dante Thornton when I had him jumping the two dudes on the Texans and into the end zone. Dante Thornton himself retweeted that. I'm not thirsty enough to be like, Dante, send me a jersey, a signed jersey. That would be sick. But I am pondering potentially, like, do we set some sort of channel goal to get a Raiders jersey in for Thornton? He feels like he potentially become a legend, Keith Taylor territory. But for wide receiver, I definitely think we need to add a wide receiver at some point. But it's just a depth move at that point. So I'm going to put wide receiver 5 on the list. We got a bunch of donos coming in here. Randy Average. Gino ain't wrong back yet. He ain't right back. I do like Max Duggan. Okay, maybe we can take a look at him. Is he on the open market? Anthony says maybe Justin Fields if we want to consider quarterbacks. Nathan Smith, show the world how good Tanner McKee is. Why does everyone hate Gino? What? Gino got 40 touchdowns. He ain't right back. But again, we need a wide receiver 5. Our tight end room is looking decent, but I am going to put in tight end 4 here because if you don't sign another tight end, you're always going to have like a tackle that's just out there depending on the set. So I want to add another tight end to the team, even though, I actually really like the 1-2 punch here. Not a lot of teams run a lot of 2 tight end sets, but I found like anytime Michael Mayer came in, there wasn't a drop-off in tight end play. And obviously Brock Bowers is an absolute animal. Offensive line, we are good. Colt Miller is a franchise left tackle. He was awesome. We have Glaze, who's great depth. Honestly, Glaze is in the territory. We could consider trading him, honestly. We have Parham at left guard, so we are going to need a left guard to add some depth there behind Parham. Maybe even someone that can challenge to start long term. Center, we are good. We have Jackson Powers Johnson as our starter. You can always maybe potentially look if I'm going to put BPA center in my notes, where if there's like clearly we're like mid-round and center's there, we could definitely look at improving the depth. But ultimately we're good at center. We're good at right guard. Caleb Rogers, the rookie dev trait player. Couple bumps and bruises along the way, peaks and valleys. But generally speaking, going with the rookie combo of Caleb Rogers and Charles Grant gave us a lot of confidence in the right-hand side of that offensive line going forward. But we definitely do need to add depth as a right tackle. 2, defensively. We have got to fix the defense. No matter what we do, this is the reason why we did not make the playoffs. This is the reason why I throw controllers, is our defense. Now, our pass rush, led by Max Crosby, is not a problem. We have Joyner as a depth guy, second-year man, has some good athleticism out of Minnesota. We have Tyree Wilson, who we want to continue to develop. Andre Carter was actually an animal in college. Go look at his stats at Army. He was like, there was a point in time that we had Andre Carter. Is he going to be Army's first-round pick, like since like the 70s? So, I think generally I'm pretty decent with our pass rush depth. Now, D-tackle is a different story. I think Fotu, we gave him a contract extension in season. He's good depth. Adam Butler played out of his mind. But the fact of the matter is we need, I'm going to say a D-tackle. I'm going to put D-tackle 2. But in reality, we need a defensive tackle that can eventually be our starter. We can even make the argument we need 2 defensive tackles this year if we can make it happen. But it is the one house rule that I am setting for this upcoming draft because there's always like 4 to 5 nose tackles that are awesome players late round in drafts. I'm not going to say that I can't draft them, but I'm going to limit myself to only drafting 1. And I think that 1 will be good enough for our depth at that spot. Linebacking core, we just brought back Devin White. Honestly, he could get on the field more, so we feel good there. Jamal Adams, absolute breakout candidate. Happy with him. Superstar dev, popping off. We have Jermaine Pratt, no issues. I generally think our linebackers were solid, but Jermaine Pratt, 30 years old. Jamal Adams, 30 years old. Devin White, 28 years old. All these guys are pretty much at the end of their prime, so I'm going to also put BPA at linebacker, just because if we can get someone on the right side of 25 or under, that can offer a little bit more upside, that's, Eichenberg has 78 speed. Getting a little younger at linebacker, I think, would be a priority. Now, secondary. We have a lot of turnover at corner because our corners were dog shit. Darian Porter got Namdi Asamoah treatment. He never really got targeted. He had like 2 PBUs, 1 pick in the first game that I don't even know how it happened. It just said at the end he had a pick. But we feel decent about Darian Porter. Awesome player as well. I think he's like an ultimate team all-star right now. 6'3", 195 pounds, star dev trait, 96 speed, 94 acceleration. Exactly the style of corner that we like. Now, Darnay Holmes is a nickel corner. He got a dev trait. Last year, when we started this roster, started this game, he was a normal dev. Got a star dev. It was, I don't know, I want to say, it was pretty unjust. It's probably because it was like snaps played. But, it was very cheap to bring back. Have no issues keeping him here. Also, though, would rather him be depth. If he doesn't start and we just have a star dev depth guy, I'd feel pretty good. We have DeCamerion Richardson. Now, he was a guy that was an underrated find for me at corner because my big issue was Darian Porter and Eric Stokes both had sub-50 tackling, and it felt like every time their corners had to make a tackle, they didn't. I was getting angry, but I can only really get angry at myself because I'm starting 2 corners who have like the worst tackling in the league. So, I just looked I looked literally the whole league, sorted by NFL, what corners have the best tackling in this game. I think Richardson was originally a safety that tracks with his stats. He was the second highest rated tackle rating out of all the corners in the league. 77 overall. So we started playing him. He actually played pretty well. Like, he's very good depth, and I would have been over the moon if he would have got maybe the surprise normal to star dev trait boost over Darnay Holmes. But I think both these guys are depth. I'm fine with them having them on the roster. I'm fine if there's an injury and they got to come in. But ultimately, we need, as I put in my needs, we need a corner 2, and I'm going to put a corner 3. Safeties. We need a free safety. Paul Omau is, obviously 6'4". He's kind of that old school safety build, but limited ceiling at 27 years old, still on a normal dev. If we can't find a free safety, he ends up starting for us again next year. Not the end of the world, but it's certainly a position that we could improve on. Strong safety, we have Jeremy Chin. I think no issue there. I think Jeremy Chin was pretty solid. 6'3", 220, 91. Fits the profile of a DB that I love. So I think we're good at strong safety, but free safety will be a position that if BPA kind of presents itself, or maybe there's one really good one in free agency, which you tend to get decent free agency roles with safeties, we could consider that as well. Kicker, we have Carlson, no issues. Beast. Punter, good. Beast. Long snapper, good. Beast. All right, let's go look at free agency now. So we preview the rosters. We need a quarterback 1, successor, kind of. Doesn't necessarily have to start over Geno. We need an RB2 as a priority. If I'm prioritizing this, RB2 gets a priority, gets a little star. I think defensive tackle gets a star. I'm going to put corner 2, corner 3 with a star. Then I would say secondary would be getting a younger, more upside linebacker and a safety. So we didn't love the quarterbacks. At running backs, RB2. Nick Chubb. You want to talk about reclamation projects? Finding the next Devin White, Jamal Adams. Is Nick Chubb someone that we would love? Here's what I want. Because I think this is probably going to be our best. We could draft a running back, sure. I think for me, what I would get the most enjoyment of the running back that spells Ashton Genty, I would love it to be like a guy you can root for. And I don't know, man. Nick Chubb seems like an incredibly easy player to root for. And there would be no running back controversy of oh my God, should Nick Chubb be our starter? Or he's 30. He's 30. His stats have already regressed. He's not really that overpowered. He'd be expensive, though. It looks like he wants $8 million a year. But I'm a Nick Chubb fan. So this is, I'm not going to need the chat to sell me on this. I could say maybe it could affect J.J. Pegues, short yardage, because I think we'd probably rather see Nick Chubb get involved. But I'm not saying, I would rather a good story, a fun player, over finding the best RB2. Find the fastest RB2 that might fit my scheme the best or my play style best. So we have Brian Robinson Jr., meh. Najee Harris, meh. Rashad White, fast, athletic. I love Dameon Pierce. That's Florida Gator bias, but I don't think that name's going to resonate as much as a Nick Chubb would. Got Rico Dowdle, Jerome Ford, Cam Akers, Keaton Mitchell. There would be the fun option. Let's go get Keaton Mitchell, who has star dev, right side of 25, 94 speed, 95 acceleration. But, man, I don't know. It's just like, when he comes out, like, I don't know. Like, this, I'm almost going to need you guys. You guys might have to help direct me here a little bit. Javon, this will be uploaded. Yeah, I've already said before, in case, oh, shit, we got 600 people. I've been only looking at, like, my screens are like, I have my stream stat, the chat, and then, like, my game. I've just kind of been looking at chat in the game. The last time I looked at the people, we're at, like, 250. Holy shit, what's going on, everybody? A lot of people here. But, Javon, I am, and you will notice throughout this stream, I will lock in, because I'm recording segments of this stream so that I can just kind of put them all together and upload it on Sunday for the people that didn't watch. Because obviously, if people are just watching the YouTube series, they're not going to want to be like, go watch the, 3-hour live stream to figure out what happened. So, running back options. We got Kareem Hunt. Let's go see if, we got to go in the weeds here. Kenny G, got Zach Moss, Zamir White, P. Ryan, Kendre Miller, Jaleel McLaughlin, Madison, A.J. Dillon, Austin Eckler, Miles Sanders, Naheem Hines, Jamal Dalvin Cook. There's one. Dalvin Cook. He's slow as shit. He cost a third of Nick Chubb. Velus Jones, if you want more speed, he was a wide receiver that they moved there. Sean Tucker. Ooh, the giant killer, Boston Scott. I'd love that. But again, these are just guys that would be fun as an Eagle fan. I can't even see if Frank Gore Jr. is there. I think he's under contract with the Bills still. So looking at chat, we're seeing Mitchell or Chubb. That's not helping me, fellas. That's who I'm deciding on. I would say, hey, should we get Nick Chubb or Keaton Mitchell? And then chat's like, I don't know, Chubb or Mitchell. What's Mitchell looking for? I think that could be a tiebreaker. He's looking for $3.5 million a year. Dude, I think, honestly, I don't think Nick Chubb would get $8 million a year. I think that is a very expensive contract. Why not both? How do I do polls? Can I do polls in this? Oh, let's go. We're going to go 3 options. Chubb, Mitchell, and I will say both. Start poll. Where's that go? Oh, there we go, fellas. See, when I was streaming on YouTube, this didn't exist. I will say both can be an option. But Nick Chubb, that price point is very expensive. Like that, at almost any other price point, I would probably veto this and say, I think having Nick Chubb come in and spell Genty would be sick. But that's starting running back money. Are we balling like that? Tommy Millo, I kind of like Tommy Millo as we could move him to running back, but he's I like him as our emergency quarterback. So looking at Keaton Mitchell, there's only one team interested, so less than Nick Chubb. And that is much more appropriate of a price point. I do have the money. This is not a realistic rebuild in the sense that I'm thinking and preparing about year 3, year 4 to be competitive year 4, year 5. We could spend, and we're not going to be. And we saw the top end free agents. There's no guy that's going to cost us $20 million a year, so we can have a little bit of fun with this. How do I see the poll results? Right now, I'm very sorry, Nick Chubb, but you are not winning. We'll let that. I'm gonna go ahead a position or two just to let the votes kind of finish out there. But right now, it is looking like we are considering Keaton Mitchell. Now we got fullbacks. Ricard is so sick, but we got Piggies. We're fine there. Want to continue to develop. Wide receiver Tyler Boyd. Now wide receiver is where we have Dante Thornton. We have Jack Betch. Those are our wide receiver 1, wide receiver. Betch could be 2 or 3, but he's getting on the field. And we got Trey Tucker, 77 normal dev. Very fast. Don't hate it. But I think there's room for like another guy potentially there. Now, Tyler Boyd and Amari Cooper had excellent seasons. Amari Cooper, T. Higgins got hurt. So Amari Cooper was, I'm pretty sure he had insane numbers. Pretty sure. So Amari Cooper's coming off a 103 catch, 1,300 yard, 15 touchdown season. Why is my music off? That's one thing as well. I did want to try to have background music playing. I remember I used to do it on streams. I couldn't figure it out, and I didn't want to get demonetized. So I'm going to listen to Shuffle, and I'll just let you guys know what songs I'm listening to. So right now we have Grills by Nelly. But Amari Cooper has the storyline of like, he was once a Raider. Do we bring him back to finish his career as a Raider? That is very expensive, but again, we have a lot of salary cap. But speaking of breakout years, Tyler Boyd. There was no injuries that I could see for the Denver Broncos. Tyler Boyd went to Denver last season, and you might have seen his name before in this stream. He set the single season record for receiving touchdowns. 87 catches, 1,200 yards, 24 touchdowns. Insane. So, what else do we got? We got Romeo Dobbs. Dobbs ain't bad. Got good speed, got good juice there. Hollywood Brown. Alec Pierce. Ooh, I've always been a Wan'Dale Robinson fan. And I'll tell you right now, Wan'Dale Robinson compliments. He's always that guy too. Spoiler, you move him to, if you just wanted to get cheese, people are saying move Tommy Mello to running back. Wan'Dale Robinson, I'm pretty sure you move him to running back. He becomes like an 85 overall running back. But stylistically, Wan'Dale Robinson we don't have that. Jack Betch is 6'3", 220. Dante Thornton is 6'5", 210. You don't have that shifty gadget guy. 91 speed, 94 acceleration, 92 agility. Stylistically, it's the running back debate. It's Nick Chubb versus Mitchell. Amari Cooper's the Nick Chubb, where it's like, let's have a little fun with it. Or the practical, that makes a lot of sense, is getting like maybe go targeting a Wan'Dale Robinson. Now, he's looking for almost $9 million a year. He does have a star dev. What else we got? Elijah Moore, Rondale Moore, got some veterans, Tutu Atwell, Calvin Austin. You don't want to do too many callbacks. Calvin Austin was sick for us in our Cardinals franchise. He's fun, but he's, I don't know. It's one of those ones that Calvin Austin kind of overlaps with Trey Tucker. Treylon Burks is there. There's a redemption art. You got Turpin, 97 speed. Return man. I've seen Turpin, some mentions in chat. Keyshawn Butte, big fan of him, man. He was supposed to be the next big thing at LSU. John Mechie, Canadian. Love it. Got Gabe Davis. Shout out Matt and Shane's Secret Podcast, where he literally was just stoned out of his mind sitting there watching them. Jalen Colker could bring some good value. 24 years old, 75, and he's interested, so he wouldn't have to overpay. He's looking for $5.5 million. Amari Cooper is a mentor. Okay, good to know. There's value there. More XP that I can get. Dante Thornton. But Jalen Colker looks nice. Let's keep looking down. Here's some wideouts. A lot of options, though, man. Tell you right now, absolutely not. Fucking hate Juju Smith-Schuster. Zacchaeus Nelson. No. Time has passed there, but no. Kadarius Toney. You know, Kadarius Toney, Treylon Burks fits that mold of redemption players that we want to give shots. Get Jahan Dotson there as well. Renfro. Dog, absolute dog. MVS, Odell. I see, like, that'd be something like I was an Odell fan. I think that'd be good. DJ Chark still playing. 6'3", 93 speed. I don't know how to ban people in chat, but if you even say that, I'll stick the Hound's justice on you in chat. Quez! Yeah, shout out Quez. I forgot he even was like alive anymore. Chase Claypool. Claypool could be a fun guy to maybe move to tight end. Canadian bias. Ooh, we got Michael Thomas. Wow. There's a, redemption act. Robbie Chosen. How many more name changes that guy gonna have? Bryce Ford Wheaton's a fun player. 6'4", 220, 92 speed. I'm going to be honest. Looking at the chat. The chat seemed to get a lot of momentum. Like, there's a lot of fun options here. We're looking for a wide receiver. Potentially 3. I think maybe the play... Like, I don't know. This is one of those, like, I feel like this is fan service to Raider fans. Because I think, Raider fans like Amari Cooper, or is he just, hated? And everyone's sick of his shit. Like, would most Raider fans appreciate letting Amari Cooper finish his career as a Raider? Because then we could go veteran here with Amari Cooper. And I think the value is, A, he's coming off a great year. Still has some speed. And he has the mentorship tag. So that means we're getting that extra XP for Thornton and Betch, which is huge. The mentor tag is huge. He's probably the best player that has a mentor tag. And then we go veteran here at wide receiver with Amari Cooper, and then punt going veteran at running back with Nick Chubb, and we go out and get Keaton Mitchell. So we're kind of getting a fun player with Cooper, where he, if we're trying to min-max the meta, I think we go Keaton Mitchell and Wan'Dale Robinson. All right, so that's what we're going to do. I'm going to record this. So going into free agency here, quarterback room, there's some memes. But I think if we decide to get a quarterback, the whole plan needs to be to get a successor for Geno Smith. And that just, you got Trey Lance, you got Zach Wilson. Those quarterbacks just don't exist here. So we're moving to running back. Running back 2 has a lot of value for us. We saw firsthand Ashton Jeanty with the wear and tear. He got tired late season. We had a lot more Raheem Mostert than what we'd like. So I want to get a fun RB2. I want to get an RB2 that when Jeanty comes out, we're not pissed that Jeanty's not on the field. We actually have a fun player coming in. I talked about Nick Chubb. I'm a Nick Chubb fan. We're trying to build a little bit of redemption arc. We'll take the miscast, the guys that are supposedly washed, and give them a chance, like Devin White, like Jamal Adams. Nick Chubb certainly fits that bill, but I'll be honest. He's looking for $8 million a year, and we all kind of agree that's a little expensive. So we went bargain shopping here a little bit. And we got Keaton Mitchell, who's very keen on coming in and being a change of pace back behind Ashton Jeanty. 77 overall, 24 years old, has a dev trait. So, upside is certainly there. He's electrifying. 94 speed, 95 acceleration, kind of low agility, more straight line speed. But I absolutely think this is a change of pace player that it'd be fun when he gets on the field for Jeanty. We're going to try and make the big play when he comes on the field for Jeanty. So I don't think we're going to have to overpay in this situation. So we're going to come in. I'm going to look 24, 20. Yeah, we'll go 2-year deal. We have so much salary cap. Let's see if we can get on a 2-year, $9 million. Does that put us at number 1 for Mr. Mitchell? It does. The next position group that we talked about is wide receiver. Wide receiver is a position where we could go for depth. I wrote down wide receiver 4 in my team needs, but the reality is Thornton is going to be wide receiver 1. And then we got Jack Betch, rookie with a dev trait out of TCU. Great story. Want to get him involved. He's wide receiver 2, wide receiver 3. We got to find someone else there. Amari Cooper exists. And Amari Cooper, you think of Amari Cooper in real life, you think a guy that's kind of washed. So he, in a way, fits the narrative of like Jamal Adams and Devin White of like come to the Raiders and maybe rejuvenate your career. But in this world, in this sim, he went to the Bengals last year after T. Higgins must have had a season-ending injury and balled out. 103 catches, 1,300 yards, 15 touchdowns. So he ain't washed yet. And I think with Amari Cooper here, there's 7 teams interested. He has a mentorship tag. I think we are at a spot where we have enough money that this could make sense. But it's also very expensive enough that if we get priced out, I'm not going to lose any sleep over it. So for a guy that had, that kind of production, we have to overpay. He's not as keen on reuniting with the Raiders as I am and the chat kind of is, which is a bummer. So we'd have to overpay. Looks like this, he wants to chase a Super Bowl ring. I mean, this is probably our biggest offer. And it might not even bring us to the table, to be honest with you. But let's see. A little big market for him. I think we let that offer hang out there a little bit, but it might be a tough sell. And I don't blame him wanting to go back to Cincinnati after the year he had. All right, stop recording. Other mentor tags. So we have Tyler Lockett. Man, Mechie still has future starter tag? Interesting. I do wish this was something where you could sort by tags. Cephas Hive. Man, I figured like the Michael Thomases of the world would have mentorship tag. All right. Well, let's keep on keeping on here to get our 5 offers set, and then we'll start sieving. We'll commit. Oh man, how the Bengals? Yeah, how the Bengals have that much money? Where are they getting that from? All right, tight end. We have another. Do we have another? Bring the player back. Didn't things end like not great? Like they just, I don't know. I don't feel the same way about that reuniting that I do with Amari Cooper. What do we got here? Jelani Woods, fast, 6'7". I am thinking probably tight ends draft. That's for someone like absolutely Albert O. You still got some juice. Ooh, N'Keal Harry. Forgot he made that move. Donald Parham, 6'8", Stetson. I don't know. None of these tight ends are moving the needle for me to go out and want to get them. So offensive line. Left tackle, we're good. Ooh, Brad Christmason. I'd say if he wanted to come, that'd be 700 people. Let's go. 700 people. Get more likes on this. Tell you that right now. Brad Christmason from our Panthers franchise. If he was interested, that'd be fun depth, but yeah. We had left guard, backup left guard, because we let Meredith walk. Even like the fun depth guys are looking for $7 million a year. Because like Penning first, like use a bus, like that'd be cool to bring him in, but he's looking, again, like just stupid contracts. Same with Strange, the last of like that. He's probably the draft pick that broke the camel's back for Bill Belichick up there in New England. Kenyon Green. But like, look at this depth, man. Look at depth, guys. You got Feeney, you got Ben Cleveland, built like a caveman, 6'6", 370. And look how much money they're looking for. It's like disgusting. I think we just might have to just like this might be like UDFA. Like I don't want to get upset at these prices. Goodyear need a center. Wattenberg, I think he's Broncos, former Bronco, 85. Linderbaum, 90. Even then, though, $2 million. 29 years old, 65. Are the memes worth, even with our salary cap, I don't know if the memes are worth that. Like, he's like 2 overall points better than our other center. We got, Oh, Stromberg. Oh, man, Stromberg used to have a dev trait. This guy wearing a hat. Cool. I don't know, fellas. It's just, I don't really need linemen. I would say we'll go back maybe potentially to Will Clapp. I'm not using one of my, like, opening 5 negotiations on Will Clapp. But if we get, you know what, we have enough money for 1 year. I think for the memes, I can get down with it. But I'm just more so looking on the O-line. Well, there's a PTSD for Raiders fans. We're probably good there. I think. Oh, Dan. You think we can get Dan Skipper out there, run some routes? 6'9", 330. Just throw him out there, see what he can do. Trick plays. All right, now is okay. Defense. Edge rushers were pretty good. You're not going to get any bargains here on pass rushers. I think if there's someone that like I absolutely had to go get, I would consider it. Someone like David Ojabo. 90 acceleration, 87 speed. That could be like, a fun part of a pass rush rotation. He's looking for $5.5 million. Man, Bo Richter. He was a pro day all-star. 92 speed, 87 acceleration. Remember, his pro day was insane at Air Force. Michael Hoyt, Canadian. Cleveland Phil. I mean, again, not everyone, I don't think, gives the same vibes of a Raider reunion tour the way that Amari Cooper does. Then we got Kuntz, who just left. I mean, B.J. Ojulari. Ooh, man, that might need to be like a day 2 negotiation there. For those of you that don't remember, we did our last long-term franchise. We did the Arizona Cardinals, and we broke the sack record with B.J. Ojulari. Now he's 24, 72, 86 speed, 91 acceleration. I don't think that this is, something that day 1. I don't think. Maybe we'll come back to it. But I think that's someone that we... Jalix Hunt. See, that's an Eagle one. He is very good for my Philadelphia Eagles. He's probably going to be a starter. Ooh, Miles Murphy, another one. He was a high-round pick for the Bengals, right? 6'5", 275, 88 speed, 90 acceleration, 82 strength. We got some dudes there at edge. I want to add potentially some depth there. Okay, D tackle. Let's stop going around. This is a position we need. We need a D tackle. Is it worth signing one? Is there one worth signing? Do we look towards the draft? Travis Jones at nose tackle. That's just disgusting money. 26.80 star dev. Sick. Pretty athletic for a 335-pounder. $12 million a year is painful. That is a very painful number. A little too expensive for me, if I'm being honest with you. What's... Is that the Lions first round pick? What? 5th rounder. What is this guy doing? And what's he looking for? 9 mil. Why? Tyreek Williams. I don't. What? And there's no team interested in him. Is this an obvious one here? Like one of our 5? Or is that too cheesy? Is this like one of those, like, how is this guy free agent? Don't sign him. That's annoying. I'm gonna pull that one. I'm gonna do this again. Oh, end pull. New pull. Sign Hamilton. Yes. No. How about everybody check over for the poll jet? I would much rather play Hamilton 2477 star dev. That's like getting a free first round pick. Than pay, the nose tackle there. He got arrested and highly sought off. I mean, that... All right, this is getting overwhelming. So, yeah, we're going to throw an offer here. All right, let me get the record going. So now we work on the defensive side of the ball. This is really where we should be spending our money in free agency. And we were just looking there, like, edge rushers. We have one that will probably come back in at day... There's a couple good options, day 2. Just add to the rotation because we let Malcolm Kuntz walk. And we got B.J. Ojulari. If you watch the Cardinals franchise, you know B.J. Ojulari was a legend. He has a star dev, but more importantly, like what he meant to this channel. He has history on this channel. This is not me just chasing dev traits and age and 86 speed, 91 acceleration. We broke the sack record with Ojulari. You also have Jalix Hunt and Miles Murphy, former, I believe he was like a first-round pick. So options defensively at pass rush. But when we start looking through D-tackle is an actual need. We need D-tackles that can get on the field. And we're going through here, and we got stopped by Travis Jones. 6'4", 334, has a star dev. He's 2680, fine. But he's a nose tackle, and there's just something about paying a nose tackle almost $12 million a year that doesn't sit right with me. Also knowing that, that's the one position I guarantee I'll be able to cheese someone in the draft. I've already favoriting day 3 UDFA nose tackles that I guarantee are going to be good. So I was like, I don't really like that one. And then we went down here. Ty Hamilton, 24 years old, 77 overall with a star dev. He was a 5th round pick of the Rams. No offers. He's looking for $10 million a year. I mean, it's good for him, honestly. He's going to get way more than his rookie contract. And I went with Chaz, this seems like something happened. I don't know what happened. Got arrested? Is this a guy that, the Raiders need to be we're going to be a little Cleveland Brownie and get the guy with off-field issues? Because he has a lot of interest coming to redeem himself in the city of sin. 6'3", 300 pounds, 24, 77 with a dev trait. I'll go 3 years, $30 million. Chat voted yes. Let's see if we can make it happen. What up, A-Train? Thank you for the dono. I'm going to try to win you Super Bowl, buddy. All right, let's keep on keeping on. So we got a D-tackle. We got a running back. We got Amari Cooper. So 3 of our 5 to go. We still have 2 left. Defensively, look, we got Jacob Phillips, a star dev linebacker here out of LSU. Linebacker's not necessarily a position I want to overpay on. Jalen Smith's another one of those kind of reclamation players. We got Blake Cashman, Shaq Thompson, got N'Kobe. He's wanting a payday, though. $8 million for Nakobe Dean. He's probably the best linebacker available. CG8. Raiders, Eagles are up 13-3 on the Jets. Nice. Anyone watching that game? Let me know. Is anyone looking good? Nakobe Dean, probably the best value linebacker. But I don't, we're about vibes a little bit here with the Raiders franchise. And like if I bring him in, it's gonna be just like he's gonna be higher rated than Jamal Adams. And like Jamal Adams is my starter. I don't want to add like immediate competition like that. I do think depth would be nice, but I don't necessarily want to find a new starter at linebacker, if that makes sense. Kenneth Murray is kind of a bust. Got Eric Kendricks, Damone Clark, and he is interest. 6'3", 240 LSU, 26 years old, 90 speed, 90 speed, 89 acceleration, 91 tackle, 81 pursuit. I mean, his coverage isn't terrible either. See, that's my issue, is what if Jamal Adams goes down? We're going to want viable depth. Like, this probably isn't going to be a day one negotiation, but Clark looks pretty nice. I mean, is Debo? Is that another, like, reclamation product? He still has some juice. 87 speed, 86 acceleration. Has a mentor tag. We don't really need that in that room. Jamin Davis was a high-round pick by the Commanders. He's a big-time athlete. A little bit cheaper. 89 speed, 93 acceleration. Because in my notes, we got BPA at linebacker. Oh, that coverage sucks. He'd be maybe like a Sam. He's more of like a pass. I'm pretty sure like someone tried him out as a pass rusher off the street. Ade Adebaware, he is on the Colts. I actually thought about Adebaware. Very, probably the freakiest athlete, sub 70 overall D tackle. I think he's on the Colts still. He was on the Colts practice squad. I thought about signing him in season, but I ultimately didn't, and I kind of regret that. I keep going for some linebackers. Jalen Walker was a linebacker that was on our practice squad that the Cowboys stole. He was a rookie. I don't actually know if he's still on the Raiders in real life. Obviously, he's built like a safety, 6'1", 218. But listed as a linebacker, 92 speed, 93 acceleration. Pretty shit coverage, though. And he actually played linebacker. I remember him playing at Indiana. He put up some pretty good numbers. So Clark's looking good. Seeing some people in chat. Okay, yeah, we could consider that. Let's look at Will just to make sure. We got Rodrigo. Devin Bush. Fits the bill of like a reclamation guy. Ooh. That's a fun player. Is he more fun than Clark? Christian Harris, 6'1", 225 out of Alabama. 25 years old, so he's fitting that age profile that we're looking for. 90 speed, 93 acceleration. We got 86 hit power, 78 tackle, 84 pursuit. Coverage isn't brutal. It was a 70 catching. I think what's the price point? Let me look at the price. That could be the difference right there. Harris, there's no offers on him, so that means we can go through the first one. He's looking for $3.5 million roughly. And Clark is looking for, they're both the same price point. People were saying bring in both. Clark with the coverage and tackling. What was his coverage again? $71. I mean, that's not bad. I'm not gonna lie, I don't hate the idea of both. Both those guys, they wouldn't start, but they would raise the floor of our depth. Clark, they both have no offer, so we can wait and see here a little bit. So I like that move. I wish we could favorite guys in free agency so I can come back. And I mean, I don't know. Are we just over the Troy Anderson cheese? I feel like we use him all the time. I mean, he's so good. 6'4", 235. He's 27 years old. I mean, just a monster. And he can play gadget. He played quarterback. But we will see. Corner. I've been saving one of our... We got 2 negotiation spots left for day 1, and we got to get a corner. And of course, nickels are what we get. So annoying. Let's kind of work our way up. I don't know if we're going to be able to find like a gem corner here, fellas. White guy. White corner. Ethan Bonner from Dolphins. 92 speed. 91. That's, you know. He could be a final stage depth get just for memes. Because we do need that depth to the corner room. J.C. Jackson's there. Got a Canadian. Dean Leonard. Yes, I do know every Canadian, I think, is in the NFL. Kelvin Joseph has good 6'1", 93 speed, 94. But my whole thing is I want to go press man. I'm sick and tired of running zone. So who do we got for best? And, of course, it's a fucking nickel corner. Kella Witherspoon, but he's super old. Sante Samuel Jr. But even that, he's 85 zone. I mean, 2677 star dev, though. Sort by tackling. I mean, it's probably going to be mostly nickels anyways. Kyrie Elam? He still has a dev trait. Wow. No interest. I know Nichols can tackle, but we just re-signed Darnay Holmes, who was fine at nickel, got a dev trait. I'm not saying that I won't upgrade nickel, but I need outside. We need someone that can play on the outside. Kyrie Elam, 6'1", 191, Florida Gator bias. But he's a right side of 25. Still has a dev trait, which is shocking. I heard he's been doing good for the Cowboys. I don't know if we have any Cowboys fans in chat, but I've heard, like, from what I have seen, like, he supposedly has been looking pretty good in training camp. Redemption was a first-round bust. Has traits that we like. 93 speed I can get down with. Man coverage is a little low, but he can press. His tackling's not dog shit. I'm kind of liking Kyrie Elam here, fellas. Let me just do one more like comb over here. Jalen Watson, 6'2". What's it? What are you? Is he his own guy? I mean, not bad. 77 man, 79 zone, 80 press. And there's no one interested on him. Sante Samuel. I mean, can he realistically play on the outside? .47 tackling. Like, I'm going to like Asante. I'm biased. His dad was one of the best corners I've ever seen play for Philadelphia. But, I mean, those stats are pretty sick. I think we can get multiple corners, but I think Kyrie Elam makes the most sense. So we're keeping on here on the defensive side of the ball, looking at some free agents. We're just trying to get our initial 5. And we're looking through the corners. I was hoping for a better market for the corners. I'll be very honest with you. A couple names stood out. One, Sunday Samuel Jr., 2677, still has a dev trait, has some name value. Right? Was a highly regarded player in college. He's got released. I mean, everything's, 26. Now, I'm looking more so for outside corners. I think we could add competition to nickel. But I feel like, I don't know. Could he play on the outside? And my biggest issue as well was tackling. Our corners could not tackle. Like, missed tackle. Every time any player got on the outside, they were whiffing tackles. And Asante Samuel, while I love, 85 base zone coverage, his man coverage is on point, 47 tackling is just nightmare fuel. It's not what we're looking for. So we pivot from that. There's actually a player on the market here that looks good. Probably the best corner, I think, for what we're looking for. And he fits the redemption arc story that we're trying to like find these guys. Kaiir Elam. I'm not just trying to be biased, Florida Gator bias here. But 6'1", 191, can play on the outside. He's 25 years old, so still some upside. Still has a dev trait. And then we look at it, I do kind of want to move a little bit more to press man. I feel like maybe playing so much zone defense that we did last year, maybe that's why we were so bad defensively. So maybe we switch to a little bit more press. He is 78 press. He still has great speed, 93 speed, 90 acceleration. His catching's pretty good. His zone coverage is pretty good. Man coverage could be better, but he has 68 tackle. He was one of the highest rated tackling corners on the open market. So I think it's kind of a no-brainer for at least, spot number 4 of our 5 opening negotiations to see if Kaiir Elam has any interest in joining the Raiders. We'll go 3-year, $18 million. Like, that is very bargain bin if he takes that. You'd still love to see me get some identity and go grab Keith Taylor. He's not there. I would overpay for Keith Taylor. Okay, let me go. We still got one more active negotiation, and we don't need safety to the point where we can't go after another corner. Like, who's the next best tackling outside corner? Bryce Hall? Trey Flowers? Man, Izzy. I remember didn't he used to have a dev trade in the last Maddens for the Bucks? Asante Samuel, free safety. I mean, do we really want a free safety with sub 50 tackling? I think we're just asking for more issues. Keith Taylor doesn't exist. Okay, I said this at the beginning of the stream. I plan on fitting Keith Taylor into this series. He is, when you start your franchise mode, he's a corner on the Falcons. So I was like, I'm just going to wait for him to get cut. Mistake. Because he got cut, and he's just not in free agency. Like, he does not exist. So, that is unfortunately why. Okay, let me keep looking through these corners. I didn't look through the whole list here, just to make sure we're not missing out. Right now, Marco Wilson throwing a shoe. I'll never forget you. If you know, you know. Caleb Farley. A couple of these other guys. Let me go look at some press. Rock Ya-Sin with 83 press coverage. Doc. Mike Hilton, Trey White. So we just got the vets. I would say if we're going for another corner, Jalen Watson stylistically, 58 tackles, not the best, but he might be our best option if we want to. But I think we'd have to spend a pretty penny. The hell is this guy? Zamaya Vaughn? I have a little sippy poo of my magic potion here. All right, Zamaya Vaughn, 6'3". Pretty decent stats, honestly. For a guy that I don't think I've ever even heard of him. But right now, I would say for the final spot, it might be going Jalen Watson. Because again, if we get, CB with mentorship tag. Shaq Griffin. I like the fact Kaiir Elam still has future starter. Lante, the Kooky Monster. I don't know. We'll see. Let's go because we still had safety as a need. Okay, let's just look at strong safety first because we do need a free safety. Is there anybody here that's screaming like that's who we have to get? Ooh, Isaiah Simmons. He's still a thing, huh? That could be fun. He could be a Jamal Adams type. Walter Taylor also could move to safety, another guy. I don't like going necessarily and getting all the greatest hits from the channel, you know? I want new guys to have a chance to catch on. Is Lewis Seen still overpowered? And Isaiah Simmons would be day 2 negotiations anyways. Lewis Cine, 6'2", he's 26. Big hitter. I mean, he's just a guy that doesn't really have the profile to move the linebacker. Interesting. Chat seems to like Isaiah Simmons. Yeah, not against it. Kind of expensive for what he is. Jonathan Abram. He was on the Raiders, right? He was on the Raiders when we last did a Raiders franchise. A-Train with the $20. What a legend. Bro, this is probably the best Raiders rebuild I've seen yet. You're breaking the controller. Epic respect. Dude, thank you very much. Very much appreciate it. I'm glad everybody is seemingly enjoying this series. I mean, I felt like we have to, I don't make this content with the idea of, like, we're going to make classics. But I feel like after having, like, the debacle of last year's Vikings franchise that just never got going, I really want to make this year's franchise at least a good one. It might not stack up. You look at all my franchise modes over the years. It might not ever be, Toronto Huskies was like our first kind of fun one. It was crazy off the chain storylines and shit. I mean, our Panthers franchise is really good as well. I think our first Raiders franchise was really good. But if I can at least make something here that's like, memorable, get you guys to enjoy it, have at minimum players that we have and get to play with this year that carry over and we think about for the next 3, 4, 5 Maddens would be sick. So Isaiah Simmons at strong safety is interesting. An exciting white. Dang, appreciate everybody liking the content. Dude, we need a starting free safety, I think. And exciting white Reed Blankenship for the brand. I mean, this is just, Eagles bias. I mean, Reed's sick. He's a very good player, very underrated player. I don't know if this that might have to be a little bit of Eagle bias right there. He's the best player available. Makes a lot of sense, and he's interested. I don't have to overpay. Gary with the 20. This has been a classic series. I really hope it's a relatively long series. We're gonna keep on keeping on, Gary. I don't know what the end game is, but I think we're on a pace that, like, if we get ahead of schedule, maybe win a Super Bowl early. Like, a lot of these rebuilds go to year 3, year 4, year 5. I think we would probably continue with it. So appreciate all the donos. All the donations go towards the Broken Controller Fund. And I'll tell you what, I'm two sides of this. Obviously, I'm a content creator. I make money. This is what I do to make money. So donations are outstanding. I'm never going to, beg for donations, but also, because that feels gross. But if you feel you like the donate, you feel you like the content, you just literally have the urge, maybe that'll influence my opinion to stream more. Because then it's like, oh, this is totally fucking fun. Okay, outside of the exciting white, we have Ronnie Hickman, 2476. Pretty good. I mean, he's not Reed. Everyone now, every other free safety has to compare. Are they better than Reed Blankenship? Good. I mean, interesting skill set. Maybe not a freak of nature, but I like the tackling ability. I like the hit power. But I think exciting white is going to be pretty tough to top. Jalen Mills. Man, Tyson Anderson. He's a pink slip. 6'2", 92 speed, 95 acceleration. I don't know, fellas. I think this might be exciting white. Murph with 499. Abrams tank on the edge. I'll tell you what. Day 2 sightings, I'm very interested. Okay, what does Abrams' stats even look like anymore? Because I will say, for a callback standpoint, he was our Jamal Adams. when we did our Raiders franchise a couple years back. I made him a linebacker, and it was insane. Does he still have good stats? He still has stats. I mean, he's not super slow, 91 speed. I mean, for a guy that if we brought him in, you know what? For the donation, he'll be like a late signing. We'll bring him in. I don't know, and I won't guarantee he makes the 53, but I do also appreciate the nostalgia there. All right. Let me get a little record going on here for the next part. We'll wrap up at least this first stage. We got to pick up how long is it? I really thought this stream was only going to be like an hour. How far are we in right now? 2 fucking hours. All right. So for the last spot of our 5 active negotiations, I think free safety is a position that we can improve over Polamalu. Through chat, Jonathan Abrams still in game, and he's a nostalgia because we did a Raiders franchise like way back in the John Gruden, Antonio Brown years. And we literally used Jonathan Abrams the same way that we utilized Jamal Adams last year. I moved him from safety. He was like our sub linebacker. We used him. He was a monster. Someone in chat said shout out Abrams tank. I think we're going to bring him in. Another player, it's classic cheese Madden. Everyone knows about it, but I also would love to bring him in for depth. Potentially move him to linebacker. Isaiah Simmons is here, and he's interested in the Raiders. I think that's not a day 1 negotiation. That's not a priority. But if he's still available when we get into day 2 and we have extra hours, I think Isaiah Simmons certainly fits what we're trying to build and he'd just be depth at this point. He wouldn't have a start. But for our final of 5 opening negotiations, when we went to free safety, exciting white Reed Blankenship is here. Now, if I was going full Eagle bias, I would go after like Jalix Hunt, pass rusher, because I think he's a very special player. Had an insane Super Bowl for the Eagles. He's going to start for the Eagles. But if there's one that makes sense, it is the exciting white Reed Blankenship. 27, 82 overall. Interest. I'm not going to have to overpay. He wants to come to the Raiders. There's no offers right now, so as it stands, no bidding war. Yeah, he's looking for $8.5 million. But, I mean, when you look at the stats, we're just at a spot where, like, it tracks. Yeah, he doesn't have 90-some speed, but he has 93 acceleration. His coverage is very good. He's not a liability as a tackler. Honestly, I think they're probably dogging his tackling stats a little bit. I think he's a much better tackler than that. But he's a very aware player. He's going to be right place in the right time. And he's a freaking exciting white. So I think, especially for the fact that we have a lot of money, I think for our 5th and final negotiation, he's only for a 3-year deal. So that means we're going to be able to lock him in for the remainder of his prime. We're not getting a bad contract that's going to age well. I'll bump that up to 3.5 and 5.5. $27 million. A bargain to steal away potentially 1/2 of the exciting whites from the Philadelphia Eagles. And we are now at our max 5 of 5 negotiations here for the first week. Thank you, Justin, for the $1.99. Appreciate it. Appreciate each and every one coming to hang out. Matthew Leva with the $1. Thank you very much. All the donations go towards the Broken Controller Fund. AK, honestly, at this point, go towards the Dante Thornton Jersey Fund until I break another controller and need to dip into it. All right, so I think we feel pretty good. We got a good list of players that, we're not going to spend another fucking 2 hours on free agency, but we just went through every position, and after this stage, depending on how things go, I think we know quickly who else we want to try to scoop up here. So, yeah. I mean, we feel real good about Reed. Murray's probably the long shot. Hamilton, that's a gift. You don't look a gift horse in the mouth and pass up on that. Mitchell looks sick. We have the Giants snooping around. And then I think Kyrie Elam, that's a dog. That's a great fit. I mean, all outside of Amari Cooper, like, you could probably make an argument those are the obvious signings. Randy, this team needs a Pro 316. It does. I don't know. Is there any... My worry for getting wide receivers, is there room for another feature wide receiver? Jack Betts could be Pro 316. All right? White guy, slot, big slot. But it's the Dante Thornton show until it's not. Like someone on social medias was on the old social medias was talking about, is he, is he going to be the guy that's remembered for this series? I think he's the guy to be remembered for this Madden. Because I don't play Ultimate Team, but I'm pretty aware that, like, the budget freak guys that everyone wants on Ultimate Team are Darian Porter of the Raiders and Dante Thornton of the Raiders. So, like, everybody knows. It's not like we just uncovered some unstoppable monster. Everybody knows who Dante Thornton is. He could be the next Dree Archer. Like, I think Dree Archer still has that title of, like, the cult was, like, not really a hype pick, but was just so ridiculously good in game. Everyone remembers Dree Archer. I think Thornton could be that guy. Put a little bit more money on Cooper. I mean, it's just one of those ones where, like, that contract's not good. I think we can go... Overpay for Cooper would switch to a 1 year. I don't hate that. I think that's the logic. If we want to go up, like 15, like I think should that be our limit? And if that's still not enough, it's just it's not enough. It's not worth it for a nostalgia act. Let's see what that does. I mean, look, the offer strength doesn't help. We're not even there anymore. That is so annoying. There's no way the Bengals have enough fucking money to pay for Amari Cooper. I had it at $16 million before. Okay, let me just see. If I go, I'm not gonna stick with this offer. Let's just see. Will that put us into first? Dude! Like, it's impossible. A-Trade with another 20. Dude! What? What are you doing, buddy? I appreciate it. I see why people stream. Mapletron. Dude, I fucking... Here's what we're going to do. 2 year, and I want... That's my final offer. That's the offer we're going to roll with. All right, fuck it. Fuck it! Because we haven't even looked at who the draft is. We're talking about all these picks, and there could be guys in the draft that, like, clearly that's who we want to get. Why did I sign someone in free agency? So let's go. All right, so we're going to sim our first evaluation period here. I tried changing things around with Amari Cooper. I went like a 1 year deal and went to overpay. Didn't move the meter any. I went with our best offer because it seems like the deal breaker for him is length. Ayo. So we gave him a 2 year deal, which I don't love. I'd much love just like a 1 year reunion. I gave him our best offer, and we are just not. I literally went in and went max offer, max player friendly, and I still did not gain ground on the Bengals, who are, let's just pay another wide receiver, Cincinnati. Good call. So we're not looking at a good spot for Amari Cooper, but exciting white Reed Blankenship. We are right there. Hamilton, Mitchell, Elam, all right there. We should probably get, I'd say, all these guys outside of Elam on this first negotiation period. All right. That's business right there. That's big business. Reed Blankenship, exciting white, new starter. Ty Hamilton's going to come part of that rotation. How are you a free agent? I'll take that. Keaton Mitchell, change of pace back behind Ashton Genty. Maybe not the strong vibes that a Nick Chubb would bring, but for half the price and twice the speed, it is worth it. And we get a redemption arc player. Kaiir Elam at corner is going to have a chance to earn a starting spot with us. All right, let's go back to the well here, ladies and gentlemen. Let's look at just other side. Who did he miss out? Holy, what are the Bengals doing? Where's this money going? Like, salary cap turned off? Velociraptor with a $9.99. Love the videos. Keep up the great work. Thank you guys very much. I literally can't stress enough. Any donation is insane that people would give me money for watching me play a video game. So I do not take it for granted. Thank you very much, guys. I appreciate it so much. And again, helps me, gives me something to think about wanting to stream a little bit more. I'll say that. Okay, let's go back. Let's lock in here. So the Bengals literally, yeah, that's gonna help them play defense. Sure. Outside of that, Travis Jones is a player that we discussed. He goes to the Falcons. I don't think we lost really any of our targets. I'd be shocked if we did. So not a lot of guys signed right away. Now I think we go back in for our next 5. So at wide receiver, man, Wandale's still there. Like, is this something that, like, do we go Wandale? Like, that can now our salary cap's not as hefty. Our salary cap's been on Ozempic for a minute, but I would say very interested still in Wandale. Very interested in potentially maybe like a Calvin Austin on like a 1 or 2 year. John Mechie, Canadian. I love that he's interested. A lot of interesting names there. I might have to put that into a poll. Holy shit. Sport Trek, $20. Long-time subscriber and watcher. Really enjoy your content. I know it's not easy to put it all together. Life can get busy. May you have a successful Madden season. Go Gators. That is the thing, man. When I watch the few people that can upload on Madden, essentially daily like I do, and they still have time to stream, they don't have the, like, I got 2 kids. I got, like, priorities that, like, if I was still solo dolo, I absolutely would be content stream, but, a little bit harder for me to do the whole content creator thing. But, man, I do love streaming, man. I think personality-wise and how my content makes, I do think more of a natural streamer than I would be like a content creator. Okay, so anyways, Quez Watkins too. Okay, we'll come back to the wide receivers because we had some clear upgrades elsewhere. I said for the memes, Will Clapp. He didn't sign yet. Will Clapp is still there. Who else are we talking about? We want to go to Edge and BJ Ojulari. Is Ojulari the guy? Oh my God, we got Sean. Love your content. Get that Thornton jersey. We're actually, like, surprisingly, for earnings on this stream, close to get one. I might have to, dude. He already retweeted the clip. I need to get, like, a sign. I got to get him to sign it somehow. But I'm thinking Ojulari. I really want Alex Hunt for my Eagles bias. And I think if we had a lot of Eagle fans in chat, they would agree. But I think if we're being unbiased and we compare the two, BJ has a dev trait. Alex Hunt does not. BJ has the edge in athleticism. So, I don't know. Are the people that aren't in stream, when they watch this, they go, oh, C4 just signed all the startups. Because Ojulari is another player that has that dev trait. But I think he has enough history that this makes sense. So we're going to go, I think we'll go 3-year deal on Ojulari. He'll definitely get one of our next 5. Because that's like a consensus. Get that one locked in. You know what? I'm going to be honest, though. With the way that we have wear and tear, I'm going to get both of them. We have enough money. Let's go. I want to actually hit him on a neutral. I mean, like, Alex Hunt might get buried behind Max Crosby, but if Max Crosby gets hurt, we're going to be very happy that we have Alex Hunt. So I'm going to get him on a 3-year. We'll go like that. 3 years, 16.5. Just rotational pass rusher money. We still have 3 open negotiation spots. We're going to come back. I remember at linebacker, it was Christian Harris that we were talking about. So let's go. Yeah, we'll go 4-year deal there. Wasn't there another linebacker? Am I tripping? Get Odell. Man, I hate Odell. There's going to be no good vibes. There's nothing in my body that wants Odell to succeed. Just not a fan. Oh, it's Clark. Okay, we're going to throw some money at Clark. And we got one more negotiation left, and I think it should be Isaiah Simmons. Man, that is an expensive deal, though. All right, we'll do that, too, though. All right, so for our second wave of free agency, this is kind of in line with chat of who they want to go with, but I'm not necessarily disagreeing in a lot of these cases. One is Isaiah Simmons. I think just for the versatility, he's a very popular kind of almost a borderline casual get because everyone knows Isaiah Simmons. You probably, if you've ever played franchise mode, you want Isaiah Simmons. But I just think the vibes of like former bust, fun player, could play different positions. So I like the value, and he's interested in the project. We have Damone Clark at linebacker. He has great speed, 90 speed, 89 acceleration. Whoa, I didn't mean to do that. I meant to go look at his player card. Okay, let me go get him back. Okay, no. There you go. You guys get to watch that live. I'm going to cut that. Cut it! Throw it on the floor. We can't use that. We're at a high quality product here on the channel. Okay, let's go back to you. 2 years, yes. Simmons the pass rusher. Is that a play? All right, let's try this again. All right, so looking at our second wave of free agency here, we have Isaiah Simmons first. Fairly casual get at linebacker, safety, however the hell we're going to use him at 6'4", 240. Someone in chat literally said I can move him to pass rusher. I think there's a lot of fun we can have with Isaiah Simmons, and he's interested in the product. We don't have to overpay, so that's sick. We have Damone Clark at linebacker. Another big athlete, has some pretty good coverage ability. It's pretty much unanimous in chat that we should go after both Damone Clark and Christian Harris, who has 90 speed, 93 acceleration in his own right. Just to be like depth linebackers, we're not looking for someone to supplant Jamal Adams as a starter, or even Jermaine Pratt, but both these guys have great athletic ability, would be fun users if they get it on the field. And then I had a debate. Ojulari, BJ Ojulari, a former channel legend, broke the sack record with him in our Cardinals franchise. He's sitting here in free agency, 24-72, still has a star dev, great athleticism, 86 speed, 91 acceleration. I think if I'm just looking for the best cheesy players, I would go get him. But I think the fact that we got history with him on the channel, like that's important to bring that back. But the Eagles fan in me wasn't just satisfied with getting Reed Blankenship exciting white. Jalex Hunt, if you watch the Super Bowl, he was outstanding in the Super Bowl. He had a sack and a half. His story is incredible. Jalex Hunt, he went to Houston Christian. Where the hell is that? I think he literally went to a school that doesn't exist anymore. He was a safety at Cornell, played 1 year at Houston Christian, moved to edge rusher, then got drafted by the Eagles. Some people would have thought overdraft, because who the hell is this safety convert edge rusher from a school that barely exists? And then he plays on the Eagles, and he's going to start for us at pass rusher next year. I have no idea why he's on the open market. So I'm thinking you can never have enough depth, man. We play with wear and tear on. Players are coming in and out of the lineup. Injuries happen. We have enough salary cap room. Let's see. Can we sweep the board again? Oh, baby, man. This is... I mean, we might as well just round all this up for the first period. Houston Christian. His school, Houston Baptist? He went to a school that didn't exist anymore, or they got rid of their football program. Okay, so what we're going to do now is we got, look at my checklist. We got our RB2 in Mitchell. We got our D-tackle 2 in Hamilton. We got our linebacker in Clark and Harris. We got our safety in Reed. We got our corner... I don't know. It feels weird calling Kyer Elam our corner 2. But we'll say he's corner... I'll put him in the middle between corner 3 and corner 2 on my list. So we are looking right now, I think, for this. I'd like to... Okay, let's get Will Clapp for the memes. Wattenberg didn't go a set, but I don't need a center. I have Jackson Powers-Johnson. Could move him to guard. Could play guard. But I think... I'm fine with Jackson Powers-Johnson as our starting center, and then we'll bring in Will Clapp for the memes. Just for 1 year. Because we have enough money, because why not? Was there like a depth tackle? I had right tackle depth down as something that we might need. I just don't really love the idea of paying like $3 million for depth. So I think we might just... Do we go skipper? For the memes? That'd be funny. I'm going to do it. He's going to be dirt cheap. Just put him out there, and if he does, it's, but wide receiver. Wide receiver is the tough one. Okay, Wandale got signed. I think that's good because, we remove that temptation a little bit. Tyler Lockett has a mentor tag, but there's no interest there. You got Calvin Austin would be fun depth. Like, these guys are expensive. Mechie's looking for $6 million. Devon Vele, 5.5. Like, I don't want to be paying that much. I'd like to get a wide receiver here that's like $2-3 million. Because exactly what Trumpet's saying. I don't want to get every position need in free agency. And I don't necessarily think we're doing that. I think if I'm looking at this, I think Hamilton at D-tackle too, yes. But I think Clark and Harris at linebacker, those are just depth guys. If we have a really good linebacker, we can still go get them. We got Mitchell at RB2, we're good. Kyrie Elam could, that's not someone that has to be a starter for us. So I think that there's still a lot of interest. And I think the big question is right now we have all of our picks. Rounds 1 through 7. If we got to trade up for a quarterback, if that's the play, we're suddenly going to have a lot less picks to fill our need, and then we'd have to go back into free agency again with the junk that's left over. But man, look, I'm just looking at the price point. Like even Odell is almost $5 million. Benjamin will pay 500 super chat if I get Odell. Bet. Bet. Okay, Jalen Reagor is looking for $5 million in this economy. You're gonna be shitting me. Quez Watkins. Is this just like a flat rate? Like, is there any wide receiver? Like, look, no one, $4 million. Like, this has got to be broken. Okay, here's what I'm going to say. I'm going to say we'll come back to wide receiver after the draft. I think we go into the draft, and then we can come back. Because I think almost all those wide receivers are going to be available after the draft. But I do have that song made for Quez. I have a theme song that I made for Quez Watkins. I could cue that up. We do have that meme available, that stats, even though it's like an Eagles rap. All right, so our final two free agents that we're going to look at right now before the draft, we could definitely go back in because I still think we looked at a couple wide receivers. Chats wanted to get freaking Odell. We're going to just get memes here. We got Will Clapp for center. And then Dan Skipper, big 6'9", 330 Dan Skipper, a.k.a. the lineman for the Detroit Lions that catches touchdowns sometimes. So just strict, pure memes. We'll get these guys locked up, and now we'll go look towards the draft. Let's go a week. Any new retirements? Troy Hill, Brian Anger. Mock draft 5 is done. Why do they still have me getting this guy? No. I mean, we still, man, this whole... Abrams! Yes. Yes. Thank you, chat. Yes. I'm going to go get him right now. Oh, shit. We got... Nice. All right, that'll be our last. Those will be our last signings. So that was a lie. We did just to clean up the rest of free agency because chat really wanted him to shout out Abrams tank. We got Jonathan Abram back in as a special teamer. Will Clapp signs in, and we get Dan Skipper. Don't I need to adjust my coach abilities? I can't do that yet. Like, you can't make your abilities active until you get your weekly training, and that's not open yet. So, Pat Fetus needs to wait. We might be able to do that, though, after the draft. I've never actually queued in to when the deadline is for that. So, yeah, still have the... I mean, he's got to be good. If they have us mock draft to him. Just entertain... I mean, Jesus Christ. A UDFA D tackle that's 6'3", 340, B block shed, B finesse move, A tackle with 42 reps, and he ran a sub 540. Like, that guy should be a top 10 talent. That's fucking Dexter Lawrence. So absolutely interested in drafting him, but I just, there's no value there. But that's another second. We're gonna get back because now we're gonna have to go through all the positions here and talk about who we should draft. All right, let's go to the next stage. We're good here. Woo! Let's go to the next one. The mock draft isn't just based on your team needs. It's, man, I swear to God, it's like there's something in the algorithm. It's based off of like who you put as a favorite. So it's supposed to like represent word getting around that the Raiders are looking at a tackle, so they're gonna shoot it up the draft boards. But again, I've said this at least 3 to 4 times this stream. Every rebuild I've done so far, I've done probably, let's just say 30 sim seasons. There's always nose tackles that are incredibly overpowered. Honestly, it's to a point that you just got to make sure you get the right one. There's got to be 4 that are good, but there's going to be probably 1 or 2 that are real good, and you got to find those ones. All right, let's go look at let's go to the players now so that we can decide who we want to private workout. So we still know our needs. We'll start at quarterback. I think we only really need to focus on these 3 because these are clearly the best. All 3 of them have round 1 grades for talent. Everyone else here is a UDFA, so there's no steals to be had. I actually thought in season, and we talked about this guy kind of early, Braden Bishop from North Dakota State. And I don't have North Dakota State PTSD for quarterbacks, Carson Wentz. I thought he was going to be pretty good. He had elite, of course webcam blocks the throw power, but he had elite to great throw power. Obviously 6'3", 240, that's I thought there was going to be value there, but he's a full UDFA, so that means like even good players, the high end of players that are UDFA talents, like you're getting like, I think like 65 is probably the cap there. So we have 3 quarterbacks. We have Mitch Mitchell. How am I just realizing this now? Mitch Mitchell. That D accuracy short is definitely concerning. Throw power. just take my word for it. I'm not going to dip the webcam every time. Elite. That looks good. Mitch Mitchell's a guy that I wish was like the UDFA guy that I liked. Then we have Jake Young from Arkansas. Holy. 4 A's. 5'11" strong arm. Only great throw power. Well, the one that's the most interesting to me is Kyle Clary. And I think from if no other information, Kyle Clary, his letter grades are almost the best. He has elite throw power. Not an athlete. It would be, in a perfect world. Even though that's a pretty good 20-yard shuttle. But the thing with Clary is he had the news story that he won the Heisman. I feel like that's got to be dev trait. Like, that's got to be something, some nugget of information that is going to yield him to be a very good player. Like, I think that's the tiebreaker. I think Mitch Mitchell is hilarious. But, I don't know. Let's see. Clary and Mitchell, where are they going in the mock draft? We can trust the mock draft, but you can't always trust it. Clary's going 2. And then Mitchell is going 30th. I mean, I don't know. I think Clary's the guy. I think the fact that he has Heisman, and we had to trade. I mean, it's not a huge trade up. I don't think trading up from 10 to 2 is necessarily multiple first-round picks. Like, we might be able to get out of there with, first, second, something like that. But Rams taking them both. Oh, no. Did I have some stupid mock draft? Both for the Rams. Where? Oh, wait, sorry. Rams, oh, yeah. Yeah. I appreciate they're going the RG3 Kirk Cousins approach. But maybe, realistically, if this is the Rams saying that they're interested in both quarterbacks, they may like Mitch Mitchell more at 30 and be willing to do business for pick 2 with Clary. I would say Clary's the guy. If we're going quarterback, I'm way too tempted that he has elite throw power. Mitch Mitchell's only there ultimately because, decent grades, this is a funny name, but he has that D short accuracy. I think Clary, if we go quarterback's the guy and we have to trade up. Outside of that, we got some running backs that, I think with Keaton Mitchell, we're probably, I tabbed out a couple that had decent letter grades, but there was no real tells. I think the one thing was there's a couple of these, third, fourth round running backs that are like your bigger guys. Like Rodney Wakefield, 230 pounds, run a sub 4.5. Those are usually tendencies that mesh for a pretty fun player. We also have Doug DeConte, a power back out of Texas Southern, wherever the hell that is. But another, he almost has 4.3 speed at 235 pounds. So, I mean, if we want to add another running back, those are a little bit later value. I think I had another one down there. I think Tucker was really athletic. Kind of shit grades, but he was second fastest, 4.32. I mean, we gotta, this was just when I was bored and being like, who has some traits that we can probably look at? We also have Bolden down here out of UL Monroe, 232 pounds, A break tackle, B carry, B ball carrier vision, and that sub 4.5 40. None of those guys look like they're absolute monsters, but definitely, we'll seize. I think the addition of Keaton Mitchell, means we're looking for an RB3. You're not going to pay over the moon for that. I got Sherman, out of full disrespect to Pegues. You just got A carry. You have A traits. I'm gonna take notes. Sam Sherman at fullback. I don't know. I feel very disrespectful though. But I had to. Any and everybody that looked interesting, got a little heart. Wide receiver. Wide receiver's kind of open-ended right now with free agency. It's kind of like the one spot we might go dip. I didn't love the wide receiver class. I got Terrell Forbes, who's the projected wide receiver 1 out of Arkansas. I mean, you know, A catch in traffic, 6'5", 234 pounds, 4.46, 40-inch vertical. But I don't necessarily love the acceleration, especially for a guy that big. Like, is he going to be more of like a big slot? We got there 40 times. We have Alvarado ran a 4.37 for at least like the first rounders, not just sorting necessarily by speed. He has B release, 6 feet tall. Wasn't the fastest 40 though. I tabbed open Caldwell, very similar to the top wide receiver, just gigantic human being, 6'5", 233 pounds at a Clemson. So what is Clary at a Clemson as well? So like, is this his wide receiver 1? He has 4.49 speed, a 41.5-inch vertical, 3-cone, 20-yard shuttle, not the best. But let's sort by speed here. Now that we got that information. Mac, so we don't have any of the 4.24 speed wide receivers. And Will brought it up, man. We do have Trey Tucker still. No sleep on Trey Tucker. He can make plays. He's reliable. Oh, my God. F catching, F everything. He does have, honestly, that B deep route running. 4.2 speed B. I don't hate that. And I don't necessarily know if we need the big jump ball guy. Man, that's like, I mean, it's not necessarily Thornton. But we already have like our 6'5" animal. Levi Norman has great speed. Also, B, deep route running. A little bit better agility. But I don't know, man. Not in love with the wide receivers this year. Let's see. Based off attributes. Anyone have like stuff that sticks out? Here are catching traffics. Mitch Howard has an A as a UDFA. All these other guys first rounders. Claxton might have something, but look at Mitch Howard. What happened to you? Wait a minute, look at this. 165 spots he's fallen. 5'10", 195. A catching traffic, C catching. Route running sucks really. So I mean, let's be honest, he's a white slot guy. 4.42. First in the 20-yard shuttle. A catching traffic, A short route running. It's one of those, I can't remember last time I've streamed. These are like the things that when I'm doing rebuilds, spidey senses are tingling a little bit. I'm going to put it, he's a UDFA guy. Like, he's still there in like the 6th, 7th round. That is interesting. Mitch Howard. Honestly, hey, should he be... I'm going to tell you right now, I'm going to use one of my 3 focus scouts on him. We already have him 70% scouted. Like, that's what this bench was, the 3 spot. He's getting one of them. I got to remember that. Mitch Howard is getting one of our 3. I want to see just what the hell that's about. Because, based off of athletic traits, there's not a whole lot there. And everyone's saying he must have had a bad draft story, falling 165 spots. But, he would have still been UDFA anyways. He just went from, like, the top to the bottom of UDFA. So that'll be a guy we check out. Now, moving to tight end, there's one player that we've seen all season. That's we don't need a tight end. We got the best tight end, the best young tight end in the league. We have probably the best tight end 2 in the league. But I remember there's one guy. Like, we're just looking through. Look, it's like, all right, 6'2", 6'3", 6'5", 6'4", 6'3". A 6'7" wide receiver from Georgia Tech. We still have no more information than we did when we found out about him. I think this probably would have been episode 3. But I was just looking through, and I was like, A, deep route running, and you're 6'7", 246. And you run a 4.53 at 6'7". Like, is this a guy you just moved to wide receiver to? Oh, he's just, he also has first vertical jump. first broad jump, second 3-cone, first 20-yard shuttle. What is this thing? Is this, what's his name? Darren Waller. Isn't that the Darren Waller story? I think maybe a reverse Darren Waller. So I'm thinking, dude, like, that's another guy. We have him scouted, I think, just off of vibes. Like, that guy's going to be probably, what, a 6th, 7th round pick, like around that range. And if we don't get him, it's not the end of the world because we have good tight end depth. But I tabbed that guy. He looks insane. Like, that guy could be fucking nuts. So he's certainly worth the star. Didn't really want to spend much more time there. Offensive line, we're good at tackle. Guard is a little bit more that we need to worry about. As A-Train with $50. What? Take your wife to dinner. Cheers. Best family and fan base in the Raiders. Man, dude, fucking nuts, man. Appreciate it. I appreciate it, man. I hope every time you see a Raiders upload, it makes you happy, makes your day a little bit better, dude. Fucking A-Train. A-Train, you get to do fucking give you a pick. A-Train, there's a guy that we go through that you want. Maybe we'll be able to make this happen. All right, so guard. We were talking about guard. We need left guard 2. I have 2 guards that we already tabbed. Miguel Ruiz, like, just not a strong guard class when, a 3rd, 4th rounder is like the first top guard available. But he's a run blocker. B run block, A run block power. We also have Eric Ruiz, who is A pass block footwork. However, D run block is a little concerning, but he's, one-dimensional for a day 3 pick. That's never a gamble you hate to make. Couldn't find any centers I liked. Outside, on the other side of guard, I got a UDFA here in Chad Vogel. And surprise, surprise, went there because he has some A's to his grade. But it's just a UDFA that, why did I tab him? Bench press, maybe? That was why. Yeah, he had the best bench press for UDFA caliber players. It is what it is. Devin Darden, however, from Florida State. This is a guy that, I don't know. This is very, blind pick territory. But he's the only first-round guard. So maybe he's halfway decent. Maybe a candidate to get full information. But I think when we're in the discussion of potentially wanting to get a quarterback, should we even be looking at a first-round guard? I'm not going to go like, oh, actually, you know what? Really wanted a quarterback, but I think I'm going to settle on a guard. It's probably not going to happen. So, yeah. And then we got at right tackle and nothing. Absolutely nothing at right tackle, which I did want to get a right tackle too. Maybe we need to, I don't know. So we got Dom Winters moving to wide receiver. That could totally be a play. All right, so let's look at some edge rushers. Again, just kind of went off limited information. I got 2 guys that we tabbed up. One was Kirk McAllister because he had B power move. That's it. We also have Polite, who had A block. He looks like just a sick run defender. 6'6", 293, kind of Tyree Wilson-esque. And, do we want to, again, run defender, first, second rounder? Probably not. Right edge, got a couple other guys that could be good, but they're like, trade up territory. I don't think we need a trade up. We got good value. Max Crosby, Tyree Wilson, BJ Ozolari, Jalix Hunt. I think free agency went to a spot where we don't even really need to consider some of these top-end pass rushers that had good abilities. Like Taylor Enriquez, A finesse move, looks real good. Manuel had B power move, standing out. But down here we had this guy, Mac Carter, who's, anytime you get day 3 and you're still getting Bs. We also have Riley Thompson has B. Contreras, usually that's the kind of little nuggets of information that can find a good player. But I don't know. I just think with how free agency went, edge is not a big need. D tackle, Someone asked, did I scout any player that is a top 5 talent? We had one. And Drew Hendricks. I think Marciano might also be a top 5 talent. A finesse move, B power, A tackle. But fuck, man. D tackle, after getting Hamilton in free agency, 24-year-old, 77 with a star, D tackle went from like, I'm real interested to, man, I don't know. I think we can shift towards other positions, at least for the first round. But full credit, Marciano looks insane. Elite acceleration, agility, change of direction. Like, I would imagine he's a top 5 talent. We have Drew Hendricks scouted as a top 5 talent. Letter grades look good. 44 reps on the bench press, and he's not nose tackle cheese. He's just an absolute animal. But it's just, you know, you say that. You see these top guys. If we don't want to go quarterback, these guys look like potentially great picks. And we could probably stay put with our top 10 selection and not have to trade up. But we have way down here, we got some other guys that look good. Mark Ortiz has a finesse move for a speed rusher. Pretty good athletic traits. But where's Conklin, man? The mock draft. We got nose tackle of cheese here in Whittington, 344. Eddie Bowles, 353. They all look relatively cheesy. Stevens looked legit. I think he was undersized and had good finesse move. Yeah, he does with B finesse move. That's why you got the start. But the big name is Bryce Kirkland. UDFA that they keep throwing at us in the first round. I mean, we got to overdraft this guy, right? I feel like that has to be the play. But it's one of those deals, dudes, where like, you know, if somehow, some way he gets overdrafted, it's like, oh, okay, well, we missed out on that. Oh, there's still Darren Carroll, nose tackle, who also looks sick. Double Bs, C power, C tackle, 40 reps on the bench. Maybe actually a little, you know, when you want to go nose tackle, I usually don't feel super confident if they don't have the bench press to go with it. But we have Brad Smith, another big-ass nose tackle. B power, B tackle, C finesse move, B block shit, 350 pounds. Bench press is a little low, but there's options. So I think the play is like, even though the top D tackles look sick, I think it's very legitimate that the value for us, the value position in this draft, is getting a Kirkland, getting Carroll, Smith, one of those nose tackles late. For linebacker, I think we handled business pretty well. I got a couple B-zone coverage guys that are a little more cover linebackers, which is what we need stylistically. But there just wasn't really a linebacker when I was going through that like screamed, like that's a guy we need to get. Like 4.69, 4.59 is not crazy. For the Mikes, we got 4.5 speed on Ryan Loomis, 4.56 on Thomas. No real burners. Richter, it's 4.5 speed. And I think this is another position very similar to like the edge, where like I don't necessarily think we, you know, how free agency went. We got our depth, we got our guys. 4.51 there on Sanchez. He looks pretty good. 4.53 on Ruiz. Also looks pretty legit. What are these guys? Letter grades here, real quick. Sanchez, C tackle. Ruiz has B. Ooh. B-man, A-zone on Sanchez. A-man, A-zone on Ruiz. What says there's a 4.48 linebacker? Where? Man, this Ruiz guy, yes. He's keeping a star. I like the look of that guy. Double A's in coverage? When's he going, though? Second, third round. Interested. There's a 4.48 linebacker. Where was that? Am I just tripping? I'm an old man, plus salads were had. Was it here? Did you see 4.88? Well, I'm going to say, look at these linebackers just quickly. I think Ruiz might be a guy. I'm a fan. All right, so looking at corners. This is where we spent some time. Gardner's, likely out of our range. I don't necessarily think I want to trade up for a corner. We had Whittington, who's a first, second rounder. Didn't go to the combine, so it's hard traits for us to guess. Sweeney's probably been the guy that I was like, if we're staying at 10, I've kind of thought about it. He's a round 1 talent. The extra scouting that you get like week 8, he was one of the players that I choose. B-man, B-press, B-zone. We're looking for press man. 4.29. Now, obviously, not prototypical. 5'11", 185. But he looks pretty damn good. Now, obviously, if we trade up for a quarterback or do something like that, we're not going to be able to get him. But there was one player that stood out to me like the tight end early in the process. I highlighted him probably like our 3rd video. And we're going to work our way down here. Reggie Irving looks good as well. 6'3", 200 pounds. B-man, B-zone. Don't know his press, but 4.3 speed, almost a 40-inch vertical. 20-yard shuttle looks pretty good. Man, A-Train, let's go A-Train! Man, I hope A-Train's not like looking back, like looking at his credit card statement after this and going, holy fuck, what the happened last night? But the corner I want to show you guys is way down here. Poole's a guy that actually looked pretty good. Like pretty much a lot of these corners are held over from when I was just starting to get information. And if you had a B in man or zone early, I was putting a heart next to you. But there was a corner down here. Right here. Look at this. Look, and here's how I found him. I'm not some genius. I don't have telepathy. Literally, he's like, hey, what corner could we maybe be interested in? And I was like, well, I want to be, a man defense. So literally, I'm not even looking at anything else. No speed. Like I'm just like C, 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 B. Interesting. Put a star actually next to Poole. F, C, K. Whoa, A. This guy has A man coverage. He's a UDFA, and he's 6'5". A man, B press, UDFA, asset of the first round. Now, from a trait standpoint, the vertical jump's not bad. Speed's probably kind of shit. He's not slow. 4.56 kind of is what it is. But again, UDFA, is he F catching? Sure. Do I need him to catch? I don't need picks. I need guys that can cover. I need guys that are looking at the opposing team's quarterback going 90% completion percentage. And yes, his hands suck of F catching. But he's a UDFA guy. So is this a 7th round pick? 6th round pick? I don't know. I feel like there's value. I feel like there's a lot of value there potentially. And again, this whole thing, looking at all these good players. Why I'm not recording it right now because we're just kind of talking through it. Is, if we go quarterback, these players that look good, they're not going to be on the board. We're going to go quarterback. We're going to have to look at value. And if we're knowing that we need a corner, we need to bring someone else in that's not just Kyer Elam. I mean, like, value corners. We got Clifton, B catching, C man. He's just more so there because he has the elite agility. Like, that looks, it's for a slot. But are we really in love with that? I'm not in love with that. That's just, okay, there's an athlete. Maybe we can go then. We have Banfield here from Maryland. He just has B man coverage. But for the most part, again, athletically, we're just kind of going off letter grades. And then, it's like if you want value, everything is saying Levy. Holy fuck! Freeze with $100. What? Why? What about what I'm doing is worth $100? Like, fucking nuts. Dude, you guys are nuts. Well, you guys are nuts, man. Thank you. Very much appreciate it, guys. That's fucking insane. All right, so yeah, that's the corners. Free safety. I got, again, how free agency's kind of gone. Just B zone. It stood out. So he got tabbed up. We also had Painter. C's just looks like a special teamer. Athletically low. You're getting a guy that's like, close to top 5 in a lot of these categories. So we'll pay attention to that. Strong safety. Vega's been a guy we've had tabbed for some time. But again, it's just like he had B zone coverage. That's the only reason. B tackle, B hit power. He actually looks pretty legit. 23 years old. Combine's not too bad, but strong safety is another position. We got Reed Blankenship. We don't really need another safety. But he is BPA, and he got hit a little bit with, obviously, maybe some draft story if he's fallen 16 places. But it's not necessarily a position we have to go crazy. Got a couple kickers and punters. Do we need a punter? No, we don't. We don't need any of these things. They just, look again, A kick power, just in case we needed it. All right, so let's. Those are our favorites. Nothing is, I don't think there's anything in here that's me, cracking the system, having a Joe Rogan third eye, and finding everything. Like all these things are self. Like they had one standout trait. That looks good. We know, for at least in terms of knowledge, that Clary was the Heisman winner. And I think from these, I guess what we need to decide before we hit the old record is who are the 3 players that we should focus on that we want a little bit more information on. I'm thinking, I think Levy and that tight end would be worth it in a way, but their value. I'm going to get those guys based off of value alone. I need to find out who I should be drafting in the second and the third round. So I'm thinking the only player that I want to see, should we do Kirkland? Should I see which of the, because I'm not going to have enough picks at the end of the round to get all these studs. Right now, we look at this draft, it's okay, if we get a quarterback in the first round, and then we have guys 6th, 7th UDFA that we like. So we need to decide who is worth overdrafting. And I think Kirkland is very interesting, but we already know Kirkland's going to be good. I guess the question would be figuring out how good he is. That wide receiver I wanted to check out, though. He's for sure getting one. No, it wasn't Caldwell. What was his name? Oops. Howard. So Howard is getting checked out. Sanchez, yes. I agree with that. The linebacker that has the good coverage ability. I agree. He will be 2. What's that his name? Well, it was Ruiz. Right? Ruiz was A zone, A man. Okay, so a Ruiz, the wide receiver. Who the fuck's Kirkland? The D tackle? It's just one of these guys' names. Be very reasonable to trade down and get more picks in the later round. But I'm always gonna say this. Aaron Boone with a $4.99, nothing crazy, but hey. Okay, $100. I definitely respect $100 a little bit more. But any, even 99 or $1, I appreciate it all the same. It is, as someone that literally has no understanding why people donate to streamers, I fucking appreciate each and every. I was happy. We had 200 people watching this, and I was like, that's crazy that we had. I think it was 260 when I said it, and then fucking we've had 700 for the last hour and a half. You guys are nuts, man. This is sick. I appreciate it, fellas. Tito, let's go. London, Ontario. What up, Canada? You guys are nuts. All right, so I'm thinking let's go Ruiz, that wide receiver, and Kirkland. Look at winners. What, the tight end? But here's my thing with the tight end. Is I think we're cool to draft the tight end. I don't want to really use a spot on a guy that's, if we do move into wide. I don't know. Fuck. Do we? I'll do it. It's one of those things. What if he sucks? What if he shows that he's a UDFA guy? I still want to draft him because he's 6'7" and fast as shit. All right, we'll figure it out. But what I am saying right now, before we go any further, before I even hit record to get this ready for the video, I think we're gonna fucking kill this draft. I think this is gonna be, if I can get these guys that we've like looked at, I think, I don't know. I think we're gonna have potentially an all-time draft because there's fucking dudes in this draft that are pretty scary looking. Guys like Winters and that 6'5" corner, those are guys that when I see in a rebuild, I'm expecting like they could be like special. Dev trait, super high upside. Yeah, all right, let's do this. All right, we just spent the better part of an hour breaking down the draft and trying for you guys that are watching this as part of the off-season video. I'm going to say right now, we have literally some fucking heroes in chat. We got donations from everybody from $1 all the way up to $100. You guys are absolute legends. If you're not watching the live stream, I'll say right now, enough people in this live stream have made it a point that I'm going to stream more. I'll say that right now. And I'm not just saying that because I got big donations. I'm only streaming because I get the... It's had an absolute blast. Shout out to everybody that was in the live stream that is now watching this as part of the YouTube upload. So we went through our recruiting class, we're in college football time, our scouting class. And here's kind of what we're thinking. We got our favorites board. For quarterback, we have 3 quarterbacks that look good. One that Mitch Mitchell from name value alone. He's projected, we have the number 10 pick. So let's establish that right now. Mitch Mitchell is falling late in the draft. If we want to wait, we could get Mitch Mitchell. But we've all kind of determined that the quarterback, if we get one in the first round, worth getting is Kyle Clary. Kyle Clary from Oregon has 3 A's for his accuracy, B deep accuracy, has elite throw power, and he had the news story that he won the Heisman Trophy. So we all kind of, decided there's probably going to be the best chance at a dev trade here. So I think if we're going to go quarterback, which as of right now, I'll get out in front of it before we start talking about some of the other players that we like, I think we're leaning towards getting our quarterback now with the plan of Geno Smith having that mentorship tag and eventually having that transition at quarterback. Now, Clary in the final mock draft was projected to go number 2 to the Rams. We might as well show that. We had a classic like Madden bug, if you will, but I think we could spin it into a potential storyline if we want to make that trade because the Rams have 2 first-round picks and they're interested in Kyle Clary. However, they also like, apparently, Mitch Mitchell, way down at 30. So, like, technically, if you're viewing this as a potential trade-up scenario, the Rams might like both these quarterbacks. So if I pick up the phone and say, hey, we kind of like Kyle Clary at pick 2. Are you willing to do business? Make sense? So that is, right now, what we're kind of thinking for our first-round pick. Running back room, we didn't really find anyone too crazy. Right now, I think with the addition of Keaton Mitchell in free agency, I think someone like DeConte could make sense just because add a little bit more power to the backfield. He's 234 pounds, B carry, B break tackle as a power back. Didn't attend the combine, so that used to be a tell way back in like Madden 20. That did have a nice dev trait, but a power back with 4.42 speed, I'm kind of into it. So that's a guy that we consider maybe a little bit later on in the rounds. Wide receiver was also a position need. We have 2 just monsters. Marcus Caldwell, 6'5", 233 from Clemson. Forrest from Arkansas. And actually, in this case, he's Oregon. I was going to say, actually, we have like a Clary Oregon wide receiver that we compare. There was no real wide receivers that was screaming we should get them until we kind of did a little digging in the class. I was like, does anyone stand out? Who has like an A trait that could be interesting? So what we did, I was like, all right, let's just look at catching traffic. And we're like, all right, Forbes, one of the wide receivers that looks interesting. Oh, an A train. Okay, I'm actually gonna say right now live. We're gonna interject. A train is a guy that's donating like $100 in stream, and I said I'll let him make a pick, and he's saying right now trade up for a quarterback. So it is even more in that direction. But back to the preview here. So we're talking about wide receiver and Forbes for a first rounder and Caldwell for a first rounder. They both had 8 catch of traffic. So it's like, all right, that's kind of maybe a tell. They're really good plays. But then out of nowhere, we have this guy, Mitch Howard out of Wisconsin, 5'10", 195, a UDFA, but he fell 165 spots. So is he a little bit of a bad boy? Look at that, A catch in traffic. Now, C catching kind of sucks, but he has A catch in traffic. He has decent speed. 4.42 is not too bad. He has elite change of direction. His 20-yard shuttle was the best. And he has A short route running, A catch in traffic. So everybody in chat was pretty much, is this like the token beast Patriot wide receiver type? So he's going to be one of the 3 players that we get that extra focus scouting on just to see. I think this is going to be a class, dude, that a lot of late round guys, like, I'm going to preface before we actually do the draft in the video. I think we're gonna put in work in this draft. That's all I'm going to say. I think we are going to get some absolute studs. And another way to keep that going is look at this guy. We actually highlighted him earlier in the series, and chat loves him. Chat wants me to get him, maybe move him to wide receiver. Dion Winters, a day 3 pick at tight end, just stood out originally because he's 6'7", and he had A deep route running. You don't usually see A deep route running on a tight end. 6'7", 246, A deep route running. That's all I kind of knew. Now his run blocking, like he's pretty much a glorified wide receiver. But when you look at the physicals, 6'7", 4.53, first in the 40 vertical, first in the I just want to see what that is. So he's gonna be another player that gets a focus scout. And chat saying on that Howard wide receiver is really, really low injury rating. Again, UDFA. Like I'm getting niche guys in that round that could be fun. So we're going to check him out as well. So Winters and that wide receiver, you get the focus scouting. Offensive line, not a great offensive line class. Like we do need potentially to add some depth to guard. And there's just like no high-end guards at all. Darden's the only one, and like we're not going to be really in the discussion of a guard in the first round. Defensively, I think with how free agency went, we're pretty good at pass rush. I think the addition of Jalix Hunt and BJ Ojolari kind of got rid of wanting to go after a pass rusher early. But D tackle's where we have some studs. Marciano was a guy people in chat thought, we got like a little Aaron Donald here. If we weren't going to go quarterback, elite acceleration, agility, change of direction, I just got to show you guys at least the beast. So we're well aware before the draft, because when we look at the draft recap, we'll see how good they are. Drew Hendricks, we legit scouted him because I thought D-tackle was going to be a big position need for us. He's a legit top 5 talent. I think the only one that we have scouted as of right now. He also looks really sick. But the problem with valuing these high-end D-tackles that look very good is that the value at D-tackle is much later in the draft. This is where we got D-tackle cheese. Whittington at 344, Eddie Bowles at 354. These are nose tackles that have like great block shed. Maybe not the best, finesse and power move, but you just know it's from last 3-4 Maddens. Nose tackles tend to be very good. But we have the nose tackle that's been projected to us. That's also UDFA. Bryce Kirkland, A tackle, B finesse move, B block shed. 42 reps at his pro day. This guy looks like an absolute terror. We have got to get this guy in our draft. But that's my problem. We're talking about it in chat, man. I feel like if we're going to go quarterback in the first round, that's what we're doing. Everyone else who want the draft is like 6th, 7th rounders. So what are we going to do in those middle rounds? We're going to have to find studs and overdrafters. So Kirkland is going to be our third of our final 3 extra scouting, just to make sure, when we do reach an overdraft, we're getting the best player possible. Losing my voice here. Give me a sec. Excuse me. I'm going to highlight. We had, a couple more D tackles that look good. And then lastly, for D tackles, we also had Carroll and Brad Smith that fit the billing of just like D tackle cheese. So I think that's going to be the direction we go D tackle. At linebacker, again, another position much like edge rusher that we did great work in free agency. You look at the addition, we got Christian Harris. We brought in Damone Clark from the Cowboys. We got Isaiah Simmons, who could play a little bit of linebacker. Abrams Tank could play a little bit of linebacker. But the one linebacker that stood out to us is Enrique Ruiz. Well, actually, I think we are going to give him one of the spots. Because Ruiz, we got A-zone. We need cover abilities. He's a pass cover linebacker. And a lot of times, pass cover linebackers, in my experience, those are the guys that are like 5'11", which we're not going to be heightest. But A-zone coverage, B tackle, ran a 4.5, has elite agility, elite change of direction, and he has the A-man A-zone. So we're having a trouble for trying to figure out. People say maybe could you move him to safety if we want to. That's a guy that I'm actually thinking. As much as Kirkland at nose tackle, like it seems like we want to, like I think we have enough information that guy's gonna be very good. I want to make sure with Ruiz because we need to find those guys second, third round picks. So I think Ruiz needs to be one of those focus spots. As we carry on, nothing really at safety that we like. Vega maybe was the best, but I think ultimately it was just kind of like a B zone coverage that we highlighted him at corner. I thought all along Raekwon Sweeney, if we stayed at our pick at pick 10, was going to be the guy. I identified him early. He's a legit first-round talent. We want to move more towards like a press man defense. So he has the double Bs there, which look good. But again, we can't even really break this guy down because of the plans to trade up for a quarterback. It doesn't make sense. However, want to move to a press man defense. We have another late-round stud way down here. Dontrell Levy, 6'5". Yes, he has F catching, but he has A-man B press. Combine kind of sucks. Vertical jump's not too bad. But another player, like I think we have to circle this guy. If we want to bring another corner in, this guy seems to be the move. We got Gary with a 5 and Freeze with a $50 donation. This stream is fucking nuts. You guys are crazy. You guys are nuts, dude. Just give me a sec here. I got a cough, and I'll turn the mic off. Andrew with the $4.99. Dude, I'm gonna tell you right now. For anyone else that don't donate with sorry it's not much or anything. Any donation is fucking appreciated. Any and all. So not needed. Thank you very much, man. Thanks everybody. You guys are absolutely insane. Andrew had no more money to give because he used the other $5 on lotion. I hope this draft that we're about to fucking have, this all-time draft that we're about to have, is going to give you reason to use that lotion, bro. All right, so we got to do our private workouts. All right, so I think we've come to the conclusion. Our private workouts, our 3 private workouts. We're going to go off our favorites list. We're going to look at... I keep flip-flopping on who we need to really... I think we'll go winners. I want to go with the linebacker Ruiz. And I want that wide receiver. Those are going to be our 3. I'm excited to see. Hopefully we get an absolute stud. Matthias Larson. Is that a Kroner? 5 a.m. Dude, why? Why are you guys here right now doing this? Like, I know this is like if you stream all the time, you're like, oh, this is just kind of normal. But this is shocking, boys. Appreciate it. Like, I told okay, so I did this stream. Like I was just talking before in the content. It's like, oh, I'm gonna have a hall pass this weekend. Kids are going with the wife on a little camping trip with her boss. Kind of girls thing. My son's tagging along. I was like, I'm gonna stream tonight. And then my girlfriend was just like, you don't really stream, right? Like people gonna watch? It's like, and people like donate to streamers and stuff. And I was literally just like, dude, I stream once a year. Like I'll be happy if there's like 100 people here, and I don't do the stream. Like streaming's like a bonus. Like I want to make as much money as humanly possible on my uploads. But like this is just like I'm doing the fucking offseason. I'm doing something that I have to do anyways. I'm just letting you guys know the process. And 700 people And all these donations, guys, it's I don't know. I hope that I don't know. I don't want to ever come off and feeling disingenuous. Like, it's fucking insane. So thank you guys very much. You know, old C4, you're 15. Still trying to make it C4's year. But we're killing this, man. We're absolutely killing this. Bone Crusher with the $4.99 from Alaska. Let's go, boys. I don't know. Like, I'd feel gross saying, guys, everybody donate. Get those that feels, I don't know, that's not right. But I'm not going to say no. Thank you guys for it's the same as, like, you know, got 700 people here. It's like I'm doing an assembly at your school. You know? I'm just, you know, people are throwing money up on stage. I'll pick it up. I'll put it in my hat. All right, let's go to the next week here. I want to go look. Let's go. We won't record this yet. Let's go look at the 3 Focus Scouts. We will start with the wide receiver. I mean, it's not top 5. First, second round talent on Mitch Howard. How scared are we of the injury? D injury rating. I mean, with wear and tear, it's going to matter. But maybe that's why he's a UDFA. First, second round. Like, dude, we are about to fucking have an all-time draft. That's good. That's good to know. Right now, my worry is, like, other people, these guys are probably going to get overdrafted. Like, someone like Mitch Howard, we're going to be thinking, like, okay, let's hoard some 7th round picks. He could go in, like, the 5th round, and it wouldn't be nuts. So, like, we're actually at a point right now where we got to ensure that we don't wait too long. Like, I almost feel like we just need a bunch of 4th and 5th round picks. That's... We didn't. Okay, I'll tell you right now, dude. That Kirkland guy's probably the same. UDFA. Like, I'd be shocked if that Kirkland guy's not a first rounder. Like, dude, we're gonna I'm gonna have a draft of, like, all 70s dev traits. All right, now let's look at the tight end. No, I don't care. We're still getting them. UDFA talent. So there you go. That's a little humbling. That's not the number, you know, it would have been a lot funner to see this guy as, like, a first, second rounder. But we're still going to get him, I think. I think there's still enough that I want to see what this looks like. Right? Like, we're keeping him on the board. Maybe I won't, like, overdraft him. People are saying Winters is coming. But I still think there's enough there, UDFA or not. I think this would be a situation where this could be dev trait. UDFA grade, so he could be like a 65, but he could have a dev trait. It's only a start. I think there's a dev trait there. There's enough there that says dev trait player. So we'll keep an eye on that. We get Lippy with the 5. I hope you're enjoying doing the live stream as much as we're enjoying watching it. Hopefully there's enough incentive to do it more often. Now, my question would be, how do I do this more often? I absolutely love doing that, but I don't know. Like, do we do, like, main Raiders franchise and just... Like, I think what would be fun to stream, it's just, like, my audience, is I think just playing college football would be fun. Like, let's just do a fucking... Start a college football dynasty. That's just a stream dynasty. Maybe eventually, like, we capture content and put it in... But, like, I just feel like that would be fun, but I don't know. A lot of people like to watch Madden instead. But I don't know. Thank you. I'm definitely going to try to figure it out because this has been absolutely incredible. Who else did we focus scout? Pass rusher. No, the linebacker. Okay, Ruiz, 2nd, 3rd round talent. Okay. I mean, that's what he needs to be. It'd be sick if he was like a legit first rounder. But I need guys that, that want me to draft at that range in the second, third round, and he's a second, third round talent. He would be good in that range. A-zone cover. I'm still in love with the cover. I'm still in love with the fact, also people are saying in chat, could move him to safety. Like that, he's a versatile playmaker that I would have no issue at all drafting in the second round if he's still there. But it would also be nice if he was like a first round talent. Okay. Zachary with the $9.99. Love your content. Hating seeing you flustered and throwing that controller the other day. Keep up the good work. Giants look dangerous. I'll say spoiler for you, Mr. Zachary. I am working on a Titans rebuild. That should be out tomorrow. Like my plan right now is after this stream, I'm going to edit this stream, and it will be our Sunday video. I want my Saturday video is going to be a Titans rebuild. I'm about halfway done it right now. Oh, I want to show you guys. Oh, I can't do it. I drafted someone in the Titans rebuild for tomorrow. I don't know. I don't want to ruin it. I would like to boot it up to you guys, but I don't want to spoil it. Megatron. White Megatron. That's all I'll say. Okay. So I think we have a good idea here. Okay, I got to record. Let me record the 3 Focus Scout unveilings. I think we'll work our way back because I think we want to kind of finish with the best one that we got. All right, so we got our 3 Focus Scouts. Enrique Ruiz, the A-zone, A-man cover linebacker, is a second, third round talent, which is fine. I would love for all my 3 Focus Scouts to come out as like legit first round talents. You're not going to get that every single time. And for me right now, I'm struggling to find guys that I feel comfortable drafting in the second and third round. Because again, we have all of our picks. And right now, a lot of people in chat are saying like a lot of the value that we're seeing are guys that are day 3 UDFA. Maybe we trade back out of that third rounder and see if we can pick up a couple extra, maybe 4th and 5th round picks to get those UDFA sleepers. But I really want someone in the second round, and I think I'd be comfortable taking Ruiz in the second round with his coverage ability. The second player that we scouted, this is unfortunate, but I don't think it's going to scare me off drafting him. Maybe it would scare me off overdrafting him, is Winters is coming. Deion Winters, the 6'7", A deep route running, freak of nature athletic tight end. He is a UDFA talent. And I think my vibes here, in my experience, is maybe the rating sucks. Like maybe he's like a 62. Maybe he's a 63, 64, 65. I think there's a dev trait there. I feel comfortable in saying there's going to be a dev trait there. So the play is, I think he's a fun player. I'd love to bring him in. That's unfortunate talent, but if we can make it happen, we will try. Now, we weren't getting out of this without at least finding something good. And Mitch Howard, first, second round talent as a projected UDFA. So at least one of our 3 yielded an absolute steal. A catch in traffic. Relatively decent. Like people in chat are like the D injury is a little worry, especially with the wear and tear in this year's game. But this guy is as classic Patriot white slot wide receiver UDFA as you can get, and I want him. Shout out Gary with the 2. He would love to watch a live stream of College Football 26. Because I don't think, again, I said at the beginning, if I think endgame for me as a content creator would be, so here's my schedule. Like once kids are back in school, from 9 until 1:30 every day, that's when I record my content that's going to be made into a video. I think peak endgame for me would be streaming during that 9 to 1:30 period. So people, if you're at work, you just can't, come hang out if you can. And we'll stream during that. And then that way there, I stream, we hang out, and I can still have, like, it's no different. I'm literally just doing what I was doing anyways, recording my content, and then I just make it into a regular upload. That is endgame. Don't know how quickly that endgame can get here. But I think in terms of like what I would want to stream, like if I just like fucking once or twice a week, I feel like just like having a college football dynasty. Because that's just a series that I don't get to play a whole lot. And once we get into a rhythm, I already said that like if I'm uploading 7 videos a week, my plan would be probably 5 Madden, 2 college, just because college is a little bit more niche than Madden. But I personally think I can get I think a dynasty is a little bit more fun. There's a little bit more creativity that you can do in a dynasty. I would love to stream a dynasty. I don't know if I'd bring back the honey hunters for fun. I don't know if we just pick a team. I don't know if I'd make content off it. I don't know if I would stream off the main channel. I have a second channel, More C4. I've always been told as a content creator that on YouTube, if you do daily uploads, streaming while you do daily uploads can kind of screw with the algorithm and stuff like that. So that's why I got my second channel monetized. It's primarily where I just upload my Eagles content, Eagles reaction. I don't know if I could get this type of reaction and reception if I stream on my second channel, just so I don't worry about, the potential algorithm fucking up. There's just a lot of things that make me just going, I want to start streaming a little more difficult. But fuck, fellas, sick. I'll say right now, we got a lot of money. I'm shocked. I'm absolutely shocked. It doesn't make sense. I've said it a couple times. I don't want to stomp the dead horse. That okay, get it. This guy got a lot of money. Keeps talking about it. It doesn't make sense. It's fucking mind-boggling. But if I had I thought again, 150, maybe 200 people for lucky. The fact that we've had it held almost 700 people watching this, just the support of the community come just hang out. That's enough for me to be man, this is fucking. If I made $0, I'd be having the vibes of man, I think we need to stream more. This has been a great time. I think it's put up or shut up time. I think we got to. I think we gotta get to the draft. Do we gotta trade up? Nick with the $5. Appreciate you, Nick. Thank you very much, man. To the controller fund. Yep. And I'm not gonna lie. So my office is a fucking mess right now. I have right there that hurts. It's a shadow box. I have a second shadow box that. See, here's my problem. I have some cool stuff that I want to put up. I have a signed Justin Jefferson photo. Sick. That's it kind of looks like that. The BG, it's a frame with an autograph. I also, from a sponsorship I did, I have a signed Jamar Chase jersey. Fucking sick. I want to put that in a shadow box. Wouldn't make sense. I kind of got an Eagles theme here. And I feel just putting any football. I like having just the kind of Eagle-specific backdrop. So my plan is just in my office, I'll fucking hang the Jamar Chase in the shadow box. But it's work in progress. So the shadow box, it's a glass screen just sitting over there. And when I threw that controller, maybe crack the shadow box. Maybe you could hear the shadow box taking a little bit of a hit. That was a bummer. Wyatt Subaru, huge Raider fan with the 199, 8th pick in fantasy, Genty PPR. I'm in on Ashton Genty this year. I think there's just going to be so much volume. There's not a lot of competition there. I'm unfortunately in my league picking. Fuck, what am I picking? Just a sec. I'll tell you what I'm thinking here. I also might have some people that are in my IRL draft. They do watch my stuff. I don't want to give away any of my strategies. How do I see my draft order? I'm picking 5th. Now, my issue last year, and I feel every year, when I draft, if I'm going off consensus, if I'm going off value, it's always a Cowboy. It was Zeke Elliott before, now it's CeeDee Lamb. I actually drafted CeeDee Lamb last year, and he was very good, and I was able to flip CeeDee Lamb the week before Dak got hurt for Saquon Barkley. Still didn't end up winning my league. But right now, if you look at any mock draft, 5 is that's peak, go get CeeDee Lamb. And I can't do it again. So I'm kind of looking I love Bijan. Bijan Robinson's probably, but I'm always an old school go running back early type guy. But I'm sitting at 5. The dream would be Bijan. Gibbs maybe. I'm right now. I'm going to be biased. So if Saquon Barkley's still there at 5. I know the injury concerns. I'd probably go Saquon at 5. But if I was picking at 8, Genty's, right there. I think the Raiders, from a volume standpoint, Raiders are probably going to run him into the ground. He's a rookie. Give him, and he's a weapon in the pass game. Like, I think he'll get 50, 60 catches. Dog. But yeah, Bijan's going to be gone. Most mock drafts, I see Bijan going like top 3. Sometimes 1. I think a sneaky pick, though, and it's all or nothing. You got to no risk and no biscuit. I think CMC could be fun. I think CMC will stay relatively healthy. You make sure you get Brian Robinson as a handcuff. I might go, like, I've done a couple mock drafts on the sleeper app of going CMC at 5. Don't hate it. Eagles win the preseason. Let's go. Okay, I got to go see that. Before we do the draft, let me just see. Let me break down the Eagles preseason. I want to see John Mechie have a good stat line. We won 19-17. We actually threw the football. Let's see. Kyle McCord played the whole game? So what's that mean? Was DTR hurt? Kyle McCord went 15 of 35, 136 yards, 1 touchdown. Thank fuck I wasn't watching that game. That is that is nothing but checkdowns. Oh, Montrell Johnson, Florida Gator, UDFA, 57 yards and a touchdown. Love seeing that. Terrace Marshall, 5 catches, 51 yards. He's a sleeper to make the Eagles roster. I did see the John Mechie. I saw the first drive of that game. He had 14 yards. Darius Cooper, who's kind of like the preseason standout, UDFA from, I can't remember what school he came from. He only had 1 catch. Defensively, what do we got? Corian Bennett, 4 tackles. We got a pick from Perry Nickerson. That's great. Eagles trying to find corner 2, and it's a 30-year-old journeyman who gets the pick. Lewis Seen with a pick. Nice. Powell Ryland with a sack. Patrick Johnson with a sack. We get Mac McWilliams with a fumble recovery. Forced fumble by Powell Ryland. I like seeing that. Cool. All right, let me, I'm not going to leave. I'm going to get a little drinky poo, and we're going to get into the draft, boys. All right, what we're going to do right now, we're going to brainstorm. If the play is to trade up, what is it going to cost us to trade up? Number 2. Now, we're not going to make this trade until we sim to the second pick. I don't want to make this trade and then have that quarterback go. I don't want to trade Geno Smith. That's minimum. Let's pull it. Before you guys vote, I'm team keep Geno with the mentor tag. To be clear. But I don't know, man. Like, Aiden O'Connell's not going to add any value. I don't want to get rid of a lot of our picks. Like, in terms of value adders, like Trey Tucker could go. DJ Glaze at left tackle. There are mentors in free. That is true. I don't know, man. I just feel like there is a level of realism. Like, would the Raiders trade a 40-touchdown Geno Smith, even though they know you got to get a replacement? There's the logic of, like, absolutely not, and there's also logic that there's value there. If the Rams think that they can get 1 year 40 touchdowns because Matt Stafford retired, they've shown that they'll just go win now. See what 10 for 2 first is. Okay, 10 for 2. I mean, you know, that's not a whole lot of ground that needs to be made up. Trade Meyer, draft Winters. I do still have Michael Mayer, but they don't need a tight end, do they? I don't know. Okay, let's just keep. Let's look at all value adders. They do need D tackle. Like what they want. Adam Butler, he had a hell of a year. What did he D tackle? Why did they let Hamilton go? We need corner. We don't have corners. A-Train, since we let A-Train decide that we want a quarterback. A-Train, what are you thinking for this trade? Everybody let A-Train have a minute to process his thoughts. A-Train doesn't want to trade Geno. Technically, I'm going to end the poll. It is 51% don't trade Geno. Okay, let's see. Michael Mayer. I mean, that barely moves the fucking needle. Does AOC do anything? So AOC moves the needle as much as Michael Mayer. So I think we can go AOC. Fuck, man. You should be able to go back. I want to just see where the interest is at. So I want to do 1, 2. Try glaze out. Ooh, okay. That's... Fuck, man. Do we throw in a future first? Like, throw it... Like, here's the funny thing, though. Like, I was like, why don't we throw in, like, a 2028 first? And then I'm going to forget. Come 2020. Like, where the hell's my first round pick? Okay, here's what I got to do. We got to go look at... Can someone give me, like, the trade value chart? Like, what should it cost to trade for this pick? So let's go NFL trade value chart. Because you know there's going to be people in the comments of this video, if I make this trade and I rip them off, that are just not going to... They're going to hate that process. So the value of the number 2 pick is $2,600. Well, let's go to the Rich Hill value model. So pick 2 is worth 700, or sorry, 500. The main reason why I want to keep Geno is because he played out of his mind for us this year. There's a realistic aspect. There is a realistic aspect to, like, Geno obviously being a lot of value to the Rams because they just lost Stafford and you can just run Stafford back. But I think for me, Fuck, man, Gino was good. We could take the approach. Like, I could even, if he sucks, we ride Gino's backup. I just think what Gino did for us, I'm fine with our salary cap if we can keep him. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm thinking we add a 2028 first. And then we see what are they thinking for these picks? These 3s and 5s. Like, you think we could do something like that and then get those picks to get our value? Does that make sense? Is this something that we should just see what they're saying? Like, get something out of it. Get those value picks that we need. All right, we're gonna. That third will be hard to get. I wish they had a fourth. I would take a fourth if they had it. Well, we'll see. I'll if this goes through, I'm gonna have to record this. Oh! Do you think maybe we could add like fourth next year, maybe? Could throw in AOC. Let's see if this goes. Okay, what if I throw in AOC? Because he did add some value. This is such a dumb trade. All right, there we go. We got it. All right, let me record this. I'm going to move the webcam out of the way here just real quick so they can see it. And then we're going to start the draft, fellas. So the trade has been made. Oh, no. No, I messed up. No. Okay, here's the trade. We threw in our pick 10 this year, a second rounder next year, a first rounder in 2028, and then I threw in a fourth rounder next year to get the number 2 pick, and then we got a 3 and 2 5s this year to try to get some of those depth studs that we got to kind of make the trade work. I threw an AOC who barely, he literally got this thing from 97% to 100%. But Glaze, as you can see, faintly behind that 2026 third-round pick. Left tackle was a huge need for the Rams. And Glaze is solid. Right side of 25-74. He's capable of playing. Now, I'm going to stress this as an issue that needs to get fixed in Madden. I should be able to send a trade and see if it get accepted and still technically be able to back out. Because we made this trade to go get a quarterback. He could go pick one, and it just screws up our whole board. We could have just made this trade for a quarterback, and as soon as we start the draft, he goes first pick overall. Now, the last thing we're going to talk about here is just we had the discussion in chat. People are saying throw in Geno Smith. I probably could have kept that 2028 first-round pick and swapped in Geno Smith. In the case of the Rams, they just had Matt Stafford, who Matt Stafford actually, if you remember, went through the records, broke the single-game passing yard record last year. But then he retired. He went out on top. Geno Smith threw for 40 touchdowns. Geno Smith was a top-5 quarterback. And there makes sense that the Rams, one-year rental, that's kind of how that franchise operates, would make sense. But I put out a poll on chat. We have 720 people in here right now, and it was a 51-49 to keep Geno Smith. So the majority wanted to keep Geno Smith. I personally wanted to keep him. He balled out of his mind. He's probably going to retire after this year anyways. So there's a sense of realism. Let's keep Geno. Let's reward Geno. He has the mentorship tag, so we get that quarterback at 2. It's going to help him out. I don't know. There's just it feel greasy. It feel like we'd be doing hard done by trading Geno Smith. Also, we have a legend in chat named A-Train who's donated $100+ and we're in chat let A-Train decide what we do. And he wants to keep Geno. He wants to go draft that quarterback. And we say all this. I'm going to, and we have the Broken Controller Donation Fund. If that quarterback goes first, which he shouldn't, no mock draft had him going first, but if he does and we get fucked, this controller's going through the wall. Oh, that's so stupid. Why can't you back up? Why is it so finite? This needs to be like a feel it out process. Like, is this a trade you would accept? Not fucking, here's the trade. Oh, accept, done, gone. Give me all those assets. Why is it so all or nothing? Austin, I feel you could have got a quarter. I absolutely could have got a quarterback in free agency with a mentor tag, but they're not Geno Smith. They're not. Do you guys forget what Geno did? He ain't right back. Geno Smith last season. I'm not going to make it more than what he is. We played out of our minds with Geno Smith. He's regressing. This is as good. He's only going to regress from here on out. I don't think we just take a Geno Smith that went for 4,600 yards, 42 touchdowns, throw him to the curb. I think there's value here. I think we got a guy that, let's say we get the quarterback, and he's a stud. I think at minimum, maybe we're going to queue up the coachability that if you get a gold medal, we're going to hopefully try to get a gold medal with the quarterback in training and get close to unlocking that depth trait. But maybe we play Geno until we find out what the depth trait of this quarterback is, if he has one. Maybe we play Geno and he retires. I don't know. But I think, I don't know. I feel like keeping Geno is the right thing to do. One last look. Let me go. Can I look at the fucking mock? Let me just make sure. There's no mock draft that had Clary going first. No. Dude. There's a chance they changed their mind. Oh, man. Because, I mean... Okay, here would be the question. Let's do this right before we go so it's not a fucking shock. If Clary goes somehow first, I don't think he will, but if he does, do we trade back? Or do we draft this Aaron Donald looking motherfucker? Like, what's the play? Like, if you just want to trade back. I'm going to put a poll up here. If QB goes, what do we do? Trade back Aaron Donald. Trade back. Everyone's kind of saying trade back here. If that happens, get Mitchell. But get Mitchell at 10 or trade back again, because Mitchell was going in this last mock draft, what, 30th? Oh, shit. All right, looks pretty overwhelming that we trade back. Trade back for multiple picks. Honestly, yeah, I know. I guess we could probably get our first round picks back. Trade back for... Okay, so where's Aaron... Wait, well, that's the last thing I want to see. Where's Aaron Donald actually going? Based off of this mock draft. He's going 7th. So we could... Yeah, you can see if a team wants to jump up. Like the Colts could want a quarterback. All right, let's get into this. Start this fucking draft. I'm losing my voice. All right, the time is now. We're getting ready for what could potentially be an all-time draft. If we can get the players that we want, I think we're about to have a dominant draft. Kudos to everybody here in the live stream. We've kind of talked about a lot of the picks, a lot of the players. Some of it's a community effort. Some of them are gems I've found. We have pick 2. A second rounder, a third rounder from the Rams, a fourth, a fifth, a fifth, a fifth, a sixth, and a 7th. And with all these picks, I'm hoping we can clear the board. I have a feeling, though, a lot of these UDFA late round guys, I think, like, just being wishful, like, oh, we'll get them in the 6th, 7th. I think we're going to have to be aggressive. Like, there's no overthinking it. If we want a guy, we have got to go get them. Let's go. The question is, we made this trade before we saw what the Saints are doing with the first pick. The Saints are also in the market for a quarterback. All of the mock drafts had the Saints not going for Clary, the Heisman-winning quarterback that we want. Classic Saints move. Overthinking it. Oh, clenched butthole time. But the Saints do what they're supposed to do. And they get a 6-year-old janitor at quarterback with the first overall pick. 5'11". We got our guy. I think for content reasons, it might have been funnier to maybe it would have been funnier for Clary to go first overall. But we're getting our guy, fellas. Made the huge trade. Made a fair trade. I think a trade that we all can say is fair. When we're talking to chat, like, I'm going to make this trade, and there's going to be people in the comments saying, that's the dumbest, most unrealistic trade we're going to make. I think we did a very fair trade. I looked at the trade calculator. I think it was very fair value. And with that, we are going to go and bring in an understudy. We're going to pass on Aaron Donald 2.0 potentially and Marciano. And I hope chat can kind of remember some of these guys so when we go look at the draft recap, we actually go see how crazy they are. Because I think this Marciano guy, he screams, an X factor, 80 X factor. But we're going to look at Clary, the Heisman Trophy winning quarterback from Oregon. Field general, 6'2", 234. Accuracies are on point. Maybe he's not like a true dual threat. Arm talent is there in spades. I'm not seeing nothing here that is scaring me off. The understudy and success. It's fair to say understudy with respect to Geno Smith, but this certainly, there's no way to deny it. This puts a short leash on Geno Smith next year. A couple bad games, or maybe the season doesn't go the way we want. Everyone is going to be, I can already see the chat screaming, get Clary on the field. But to do that, we have to get him in the building first. And with the number 2 overall pick, we started this rebuild not knowing if Geno was going to be good. We went on the journey of Geno balling out of his mind. But the plan all along was draft a new quarterback, a franchise quarterback, a successor, and a quarterback that could, if Geno can't bring us to a Super Bowl and to win said Super Bowl, and we get a Heisman Trophy winner. Hey, let's be honest. Quarterbacks are never going to be, usually top 5 in true value. Number 12 is not painful, but the first big hurdle, does he have a dev trait? Yeah, let's go. 94 throw power. Let me move the webcam for a sec. What do we got for speed? 84 acceleration. 75 speed kind of sucked, but hey, we didn't really scramble with Geno. 6'2", 230, 94 throw power. A medium accuracy, A short accuracy, B deep accuracy, A throw under pressure, A awareness. Let's get I guess while we're in chat, and if you're on the video here, what do you think the rating's gonna be? Looking at this rating, number 12 in true value, so he's not gonna be he won't be low 70s. Like 74? Somewhere in that range, but no matter what way you cut it, ladies and gentlemen, Kyle Clary, the man we traded up for, we get him, and he's a dev trait. That's sick. Dev trait, Heisman Trophy winner story. I'm going to say I would always be surprised if that's a star dev. He's A trucking? What the hell is that going to be? Dude, that's sick. All right, let's, just for the chat, we're not going to record. Let's look at the rest of till our next pick. Let's see what kind of guys are going. Walton, who the hell's that? Gardner. I don't think we need to trade up right now. I think we're good with our picks for right now. I think trading back when we get to the money round. There we go. Marciano goes to the Commanders. Well, everyone's here. Like the video. We're at 431 likes. I think we can get to 500. 500 likes. Is that possible on the video? Oh, back to back. There's the two sick D tackles. We had Drew Hendricks fully scouted as a top 5 talent. Where's Mitch Mitchell? Oh, they get him. Mitch Mitchell. The Rams got scared off. They knew trading back. Like, oh, we got to get our guy, and like they're going to be connected. I'm very interested in seeing once we're done here. I mean, that's going to be it. Does Mitch Mitchell have a rating? Does Mitch Mitchell have a dev trait? What's it? Is he going to be higher, lower? They both were first-round talents. Okay, I mean that's a rival right there, and that's a rival you won't forget because Mitch Mitchell's a name you don't forget. Mitch Mitchell, okay. There we go. We got top corner going. Oh, there's the corner I really want it. Raekwon Sweeney going 12 to the Brown. Why are the Browns going corner? Denzel Ward. I guess Newsome and Emerson were free agents. No, but they weren't free agents. I would have fucking signed them. So that makes no sense for the Browns to go get another corner. Run on corners here, 3 in a row. Another corner. Run on the top end corners there. We might just have to say screw it and get the UDFA range corner that we liked. Corner market getting depleted. But relative, I mean, we didn't have, again, that was kind of our issue with our big boards. We didn't have a lot of guys that were first, second round, prospects that we really wanted. So I don't think we're going to see a lot of names flying off the board here that are guys that we really want. I guess I'd say right now the good news is because that mock draft had us going Kirkland, that we really want a D tackle. It's not like the mock draft got screwed up and he's getting like grouped in with these first rounders. So it looks like he's going to fall the first round and should go in that projected range. Okay, we're still looking good. No one's getting overdrafted. We'll finish out the first round. The Ravens, your Super Bowl champions. Moving on. Okay, what's our next pick? We pick at 42. I think we're going to have... I'm pretty comfortable here just simming right to our pick. I mean, we'll go pick by pick just to make sure. Oh, no. It's Rui... No! That's not the linebacker we wanted. It was, wasn't it? Damn. I mean, he was going in the 60s. There's no inclination that I would have had to trade up to go get him. Fuck! Man, run on linebackers here. Well, remember that Ruiz, he'll be a player we want to go look at. What? Texas drafted a fullback in the second round. What is this? Alright, I gotta record that here. So now going into the second round, the bad news is at 36, Enrique Ruiz was probably going to be our pick here. The Jet sniper. He was that A-zone, A-man cover linebacker, maybe potentially safety hybrid. So we are here now at pick 42. Got to make the decision whether to make the pick or maybe potentially try to trade back and get more value in that like the third, fourth round range. All right, well, let's look at the board. I do think trading back, but I mean, we have to find a team that will give us, like, if I'm trading out of the second round, I need at least, like, a third and a fourth and maybe something else. Like, I don't even know what the value would be. But let's Let's go to the board. Like, who would we miss out on? That's in this. We got an edge rusher there. Let's look at our favorites. In terms of projected round, we have Manuel at pass rush, Polite at pass rush, the big 6'5" wideout. But I think for wide receiver, we don't need a lot. And I think the first, second round UDFA guy is probably the play there. Who's this guy? Why do I have you favored? Mike Sellers. B, ball carrier vision. B, break tackle. B, carrying. Combine? Pretty good combine. Elite acceleration, elite jumping. But, I mean, I don't know. We're not drafting a running back in the second round. Clifton at corner. What's up, Jonathan? Thanks, brother, for checking in, man. Appreciate it. I'm thinking trade back is the play here. But we can only trade back if, there's a trade there. We want 2026 third and fourth rounders. So we get a 2 and a 4 from Cleveland. A future first from the Texans draft a fullback in the first round, and then we could add a. I honestly, I think that's too cheesy. Come on, man! Someone give us what we're looking for. We got a 4th from the Jags. No one's really. 3rd from the Eagles. We can move. I mean, that right there is not brutal. Because we can just move back in the second round a little bit, get that 3rd rounder that we want from the Eagles. Or with the Colts, we can get a 3 and a 4 and a 5. Dude. This is, it's do we fleece the Texans for a first? Or do we get absolute cover to probably clear the board of all the players that we want? All right, we're going to start a poll here. I just feel like this is another scenario where if I take that first, people are gonna like classic roll your eyes. Like what team is trading? Has there ever been I would guess right now, can anyone chat GPT, has there ever been a second round pick in a trade that goes for a future first? If there's a precedent set. What's up, Mark? What's up, Eric? Eagles. What was the Eagles one again? I mean, trade back in the second, yeah. All right, end of the poll. Texans win. All right, so we had to bring this to a poll. Everyone kind of agreed that we trade out of number 10, and the value came to 2 picks. The Texans are offering us a future first. I was like, a future first for a second seems like a no-brainer. There has been the precedent set. This has happened before. Someone said the Jags did it. So that was option 1. Option 2 was kind of like maybe consider the Eagles, where we just move back in the second round and we get a third rounder, a future third rounder, or a team like the Colts could help us clear the board of all of our studs that I think we want to get. We'd be able to get a third, fourth, and fifth. I think we do a lot of damage with that pick, but people also highlight that we were able to trade back and get, future picks. We kind of have those spots on lock. So what we're going to do, man, is we're going to accept the Texans trade here. Voted on by the chat. If you hate it, it's the chat. If you love it, it's all me. All right, let's keep. They want that pass rusher. Man, Texas draft a fullback, and then they just say, nah, don't want that first round pick. Okay, what's our next pick, though? Okay, now the good news right now would be if we can get out of the second round with none of our top guys flying off the board. I think maybe in the third round is where we can get a little loose. So there goes Clifton, the corner at 51. I wasn't in love. We need corners. I see people in the chat saying we need to get corners. But I think Clifton is just, he just looked like kind of just a guy. Owen Thompson, they were looking good here still. All right, Polite was tabbed on our short list. I mean, honestly, too, chat, that future first we got from the Texans, we could use that to trade for a corner. We could see if there's any corners out there on the open market that are unhappy with their living situation. And they might want DJ Clark, not DJ Chark. Freeze with the 5. Trade your second to the Texans for the fullback. I really do want to go see what that fullback is. All right, so now that we're here, we have picked 74 and 94. Let's look at our board. 74 and 94. So if we're trying to clear the board here, I think from here on out, we just get our best guys. I think this is where you want to kind of get cute and wait it out a little bit. I think we just, like Kirkland, I'm thinking we go, I don't know. I mean, Vega at safety, but we got safety. We just got Reed. Then for corner, we got Poole. Jalen Poole. He's a day 3, so that'd be pretty overdrafting. Could get Howard. Okay, yeah, let's take some guys on the board. We don't need kickers. We don't need punter. We're probably good at linebacker. We can get these guys off after we whiffed. I want to keep the D tackles there. We don't need... We'll keep the edge there. Get some linemen here scouted. We don't need the fullback. We don't need Bishop. We don't need a guard there. Good at edge. All right. So this will kind of be a little tidier board. Poole or the tight end? I mean, I think Vega might be the best, but we just don't need a safety. Deion Winters. Oh, man. Oh, yeah, we got to get our O-line depth, our tackle depth. Okay, I think right now we don't need to trade up. We're going to stay at our spot. And if someone goes, it helps us with our decision a little bit. There goes Vega. So there you go. The safety, I would say the safety was probably the best player available there. So now that he's gone, it's a little bit more peace of mind. A-Train, the tight end, though, remember, we're going to move him to wideout. He's going to kind of be an experiment for us. I'm not viewing him as a tight end. I'm viewing him as, like, project pass catcher. So at 74, I mean, look, like we're at third, fourth rounder. The Conti, the power back, was probably the funnest one. But, like, if I'm looking at gotta have it's, guys that I have to leave this draft with. Winters is 1. Mitch Howard is 2. Why didn't my board tidy up here? Kirkland is 3. Carroll is, Levy is 4. So we got to get those guys. I don't care what round I get them. We got to get those guys. All right, so we have 2 picks in the third round. We're just kind of talking about how we're going to get it. I think right now, my view is we could argue value. I think DeConti at running back gives us a power element that we don't have, and he's also makes the most sense in terms of, like, if we don't get him now, we're going to miss him. 4.42 speed at running back. I like what he could offer. However, what we have to do, at minimum, we have to get the guys. We have to get the guys that we fell in love with during this process. Deion Winters is 1. We need to get Deion Winters. Mark Howard is another one. We have to get Mark Howard. We have Kirkland at D-tackle. Have to get Kirkland. Levy at corner. Have to get him. Those are the 4 guys that we like. And I think chat right now is deciding, just because we know the value, Mitch Howard, we did our homework, he needs to be the first guy. Because this is not like real life, where we found these studs and we're going to be able to wait till the 6th, 7th round. In Madden, if these guys are good, I'm seeing more and more often, especially in Madden 26, these guys are getting overdrafted 4th, 5th round. Like, CPU teams are not letting these studs fall through the cracks like previous years. So you got to get your guys. If you find good guys, you got to get them. So we're going to get Howard, who is number 47 in true value. So we love it. I mean, from a value standpoint, we knew he was going to be good. The scouting report, let's get the webcam out of the way, didn't drop a pass at the combine. We know he had the A short round. He's the Patriots guy. Does he have a dev trait? Let's go! So we want it. People said we could trade Tucker, or we could keep him. He's on a rookie contract. If we need that value, let's get the webcam. What do we got here, dude? Let's go. 96 change of direction, 92 speed, 91 57 strength kind of sucks. We got B awareness, B ball carrier, A catch in traffic. You got A kick return, so he can get us some special teams ability. A short route running. That's a sick pick. Good job, fellas. Good work on that one. Kind of discovered that guy in chat, and this one's for you. All right, let's keep moving on here. And this is where I'm worried that, like, one of our guys is going to get overdrafted. Trade back up for Winters, back-to-back picks. I think we can wait for Winters. I think Kirkland needs to... Honestly, if the running back is still there at 94, I think maybe we take the running back just based off of value. Oh, of course it's the Texans! Snipe them. Doug DeConti. He'll be another guy I want to go check draft recap time. I mean, didn't need him. We're looking at for like a third running back. He was just going to add power to the room. But I think right now we test our luck. I think Kirkland needs to be next at D-tackle. But man, the Texans. I don't think we need to trade up until, I think 4th round is where I might want to move up just to kind of clear the board. I don't think those guys will go in the 3rd round. 4th, 5th round is where I think these dudes would start moving. Because I haven't seen any of those D tackles fly off the board yet. Look at tackle, like offensive tackle. We'll go look at the board here real quick. There we go. We're up on the clock, and no one that we wanted is off the board. So let's look at some tackles. See the tackles, man. It was a shit tackle class. For blind picking tackle, you know, you really want, you know, casually, like at minimum, like double C. Pass block C, run block C. You know, we got a couple Bs here. I think we might have to go to free agency. We have 2 other ones here, Cardona and Cam Williams. Oh, D. Sean Ware. A awareness, B pass block, B pass block footwork. Ooh. Look for strength. We got great on Williams and Thompson. No elites, unfortunately. Batonio, I did have him actually. I think I have a start next to him because he had a good bench press on Batonio. B run block, B awareness, 38 reps. But like that's a UDFA guy. I think we can go wait. I think we got to go D tackle here. So with our 2nd, 3rd round pick, we've kind of just discussed in chat, and I've stressed it, just if you have a guy, go get your guy. And the man that was mocked to us to go in the 1st round for some reason, Bryce Kirkland, I think he's just next man up. We don't have him fully scouted, but B block shed, B finesse move, A tackle, nose tackle, with a sub 540, 42 reps on the bench press at his pro day. 1st in 3-cone drill and the shuttle. That's pretty disgusting right there. So I don't think we overthink it. This is another one of those, like, I think maybe the Madden 26 generated classes might need a little tuning. But, hey, better be us drafting these guys than him going to a divisional opponent. Let's see what we got. Corner showing no love. We have that one corner. It looks kind of good. I think we'll get him next. But also, that's not even like... Obviously, this guy was going to be good. See, that's the bummer. It's almost like they're just spoon-feeding me good player. Like, you could not know a lot about Madden. You could be like, this is my first Madden. I've never drafted before. And you'd just be looking like, man, that guy... Oh, damn! Dude! I told you. It's the magic of a live stream. Which we're at 475 likes. Can we get 500 likes before the stream's over? Come on, this are you not entertained? Number 7 in value. Let me get the cam out of the way here. 83 acceleration. 70. He's Dontari Poe. I'm the best. I'm the best at this. I'm going to say it. Braggadociously, biasly. Shout out Parham Crow. There's a reason why I retired Draft Wars series. I'm the best. It's uncontested. All right. We got to get that corner next, though. We are desperate for corner. Okay, let me look at the board here. Who do we need? Who do we need? I'd like to get them now. We need Winters. And we're kind of... I mean, we only have one corner left, so we have to get Levy this round, and then I think we could probably get Winters next round. We got our 500 likes. Let's go, fellas. Thank you very much. I think that's the play. We get Levy here in the 4th, and I don't see any way Winters won't be gone. And I think once we get those picks, then it's kind of like, let's just figure it out. Let's just see right now. I skipped to that pick. Not one of our guys went, so we're good. Okay. We're now up in the 4th round. There's a player. Everyone has been screaming in chat, we need corners. There was one corner, and we identified. Now, I didn't even need to rely on the draft. I'm going to show you how I found him. And I found this guy like week 4 of the regular season. That's why I kind of did him in our early draft preview. Drafting is not that hard. It's not easy. Like when people say C4, I suck at drafting, I can see how that can happen. There's a lot of information that's underwhelming. But sometimes it's very simplistic. Now we have no real scouting. A couple guys got 80%. It's not bad, but it's what stands out. So there's no one with crazy zone coverage. A couple guys with B press is what it is. B catching's not terrible, but if you're looking for a corner that just stands out, what sticks like a sore thumb? Dontrell Levy. I just see A man coverage. And I look, he's also 6'5". We got Pete Carroll as our defensive coordinator. Pete Carroll is a size queen for corners. This is a perfect corner. I also really do like Jalen Poole out of West Virginia. He is that B-man coverage as well. I do want to move towards more. I mean, even this guy, Dakota Freeman, for what it's worth, has B and B. Not bad jump. So there are corners that are available. But I think we just I got experience like do you think I think in a perfect world if I can get Poole and then I can still get Levy in the tight end, that would be perfect. But I think I'd much rather get Levy now and then if I can get Poole, great, because he's still a day 3 pick. But I think a 6'5" 8-man coverage, his rating might suck. But for what I want for a corner, this is what I want. You know, the stats here aren't great. Jumping is actually a great attribute, but he has poor speed. Like, we're drafting purely off of letter grade, which I usually don't have the best luck with. So there's a chance that, you know, maybe there's no dev trait here. But, like, he might have, like, 80-man coverage at 6'5" and, like, a developmental guy, which is unfortunate because we don't really have time to have developmental corners. But there's also what happens when you ignore corners. I think we just got to get our guy here. And hopefully we can get Poole, because I would like to leave this draft with 2 corners. Dontrell Levy, it's a UDFA guy, but we've already seen, we got 2 UFA guys that were, well, exceptional. I think we might have a chance at another one here. And he just sticks out like a sore thumb, so let's do it. Feel free to leave your comments for what you think his rating's going to be. I'm a little worried about this. Is the first one that I'm worried about. The D tackle was obviously going to be good. The wide receiver after our scouting was going to be good. This one here is just honestly 6'5" and an A-man coverage, and we need corners. That's not bad. 56 in true value at 106. Great balance, quick feet and man. Concerns about his speed, slow to react. Skills. A-man, B-press, B-tackle. So you can tackle. That's something we've been looking for. Chat saying 64, 65, 66. It's good. 90 acceleration, 85 agility, 91 jumping, 87 speed. That 87 speed kind of sucks. But we got a dev trait. So he's a developmental guy at worst. Do we have any normals? Has all of our picks been dev traits? Dontrell, let's go, man. There's if you could take one tip and trick from this draft, is literally it sticked out like a sore thumb. All these corners are kind of good. One guy was 5 inches taller than the rest and had an A. We went with it. And it worked out. All right. So who's next? Poole, if we can get him. Okay, what are our next picks? How much longer do we need to wait? Like, do we have 2 picks in the 5th? We have 3 picks in the 5th. So, do we stay put? Do I maybe try to trade 2 of these 5ths for a 4th? I feel like the tight end will be available with the 5th. I just don't know if we can get the other corner. So this could be a situation where maybe we keep the highest 5th, and that will be our tight end, and then we trade these 2 5ths for a 4th to get Poole at corner. I think I want to do that. Who's next up? The Cardinals? Something like that. Because, I mean, really, the tight end's the only guy we got to get. You think they'll take a 6? Maybe future 5th? All right. All right, so discussing with chat, we have 3 first-round picks. Toss that. Botch! All right, so talking with chat, we have 3 fifth-round picks still. We have 2 players that we kind of want. One's the tight end. That's could be a glorified wide receiver. He's just a project weapon. And there was Poole, another corner that looked kind of interesting that we wanted to get. So what I was able to do is trade up to the next pick with the Cardinals. We had to cost our 5th, a 6th, and a future 5th to move out. I have no problem paying that. Especially because we're kind of desperate right now to add depth at corner. So with that trade, we're going to go back to our favorites board and grab the last corner. Jalen Poole, 5'11", 207 out of West Virginia. With Poole, we get C-catching B-man, press kind of side. I mean, I'm not going to lie. I'm not getting strong dev trait vibes here, but he could still be a good player. I think we're kind of all in agreement. So this is definitely the best corner available. We need corner. At worst, he's depth. Let's make it happen. Can we keep our dev trait streak alive? Maybe. Maybe not. West Virginia, so he's from that godforsaken school that I never want to think about from a rebuild standpoint again. He's super stoked to be a Raider. 99 in true value. Got him at pick 107. Scouting report, he's a C-. Faster on tape. Shows good instincts. Needs to improve man. Skills. Ah, no. I mean, this might be a safety. Jalen Poole, the dev. I mean, the rating might not be too bad. Like, there's a chance we might be able to get out of this with like a 70 plus. Damn. It would have been nice to get like a full dev trade only type draft. But, I mean, we had... This is the only kind of negative from this draft so far is we kind of put ourselves into a corner with how we handle those other picks to have to get a corner. And this was our first pick drafting out of need, not out of want. And we kind of got punished here. But hopefully still a good pick. All right, I'm going to skip just every pick. We're not going to auto-skip just in case because there is a chance like one of our guys could get sniped. But I think we're in green, so we got to go get that tight end next. Ooh, tight ends are coming off the board. I don't know. I don't think these other teams are going to be as enamored as we are with the height, weight, speed of the tight end. But I'm a little worried. What I'm hoping is I hope I didn't miss another corner that was really good. I don't think so. But, oh, there goes Braden Bishop, quarterback product that I kind of liked. But I will want to, at this point, like come back, like especially like just sort by 5th round and just see if there's any really good corners that we might have missed. Like, was there someone better than Poole? But, man, these tight ends are coming off the board, fellas. I'm not worried because, we get him as a UDFA. I'm not worried because we don't really need tight end. I just kind of really want him. But it's not going to be on the world if we don't. Trade the Texans first for Tariq Woolen. All right, everyone say right now, go secure it. Okay, let's do it. We'll do it with the Colts. I mean, let's not play with it. We got to make sure. Once we get him, then we'll take who's ever there. Well, let's go get our guy. He's your guy, though. I will say this right now. We're going to leave this draft. If Winters sucks, that's on you, chat. If Winters is not a good pick, he's your guys' project that I'm willing, because obviously great athletic profile. So we'll give up our 5th. I don't know. Can we give up a 7th? That'd be enough to move up. All right. So in the 5th round, I was just going to wait till our pick came up to go get... This is a player chat wants, okay? I like him. I highlighted a lot of reasons why he's going to be a fun player. He's a tight end. I think we got to view him as like an offensive weapon, but as soon as we kind of went through the prospects in the draft, this is the one player. Winters is coming that the chat wants, so this is a chat pick. We're going to trade up with the Colts. We still also have another 5th round pick still. But this is really the last kind of like gotta have it, even if it's just more of a meme pick on our draft board. We still got some nose tackle cheese, even though I did promise that I wouldn't draft a whole bunch of these cheesy nose tackles. But the player is Deion Winters. We scouted him. We used one of our 3 scouts on him. He's a UDFA talent, but there's just something about him. Georgia Tech is... Isn't Darren Waller Georgia Tech? So, A, deep route running. Has C run block for what it's worth, but he's F catching. Like, just what is this thing? This thing is just weird. But when you look at the athletic profile, like, find a way to get this guy on the roster. He could play, who knows where he finishes as a position. But there's too much here for me to say. Like, it's a good pick. I wouldn't have been this aggressive. This is a chat pick. And for the rest of this Raiders franchise, this guy is yours. I'm going to embrace him, but he is yours. UDFA talent that we traded up to draft in the 5th round. Oh, fellas. What are we doing here? 322 in true value. D- bad pick. And we get the Antonio Gates played college, so he's a college basketball player. That's his story. Looking at the skills. C awareness, F catching, but he has A deep route running, C medium route running, C run block, A spec catch. But I'm going to let you guys sit in this right now. 322 in true value. Damn. That ain't bad. Got the dev trait. I mean, let's see what he can do. That's a great athlete. Has the dev trait going for him. But, I don't know, man. Yeah, what's that rating? People are saying 58 overall. It could be pretty bad, but that's a project player if I've ever seen one. All right, let's go to our next pick. Okay, looking quickly. Any players here that were on our short list that jump out? No, I don't think so. So where the hell do we go now? Our board, we got our guys. So it's a 50 overall X factor. All right, up next. I mean, I just think it'd be. I mean, these no like. Do we go nose tackle cheese again? I think we don't. I think our roster will look kind of stupid if we end up with like a bunch of 70 nose tackles. I think we made our one play. We got the best one of the bunch. And we don't go back, even though I bet you like that's probably where you want. Well, we got Brad Smith here. Also looks pretty damn good. I mean, anytime you have a guy that's 350 pounds that has a sub 5 in the shuttle, first in the shuttle, like, it's screaming, get this guy. We don't need full. We got J.J. Pegues, fullback. Here's the fullback we had in Sam Sherman. I only put him in because he was an athletic monster. 4.47. Any elite speed guys? I don't think so. No, we just got greats. O-line depth, O-tackle. Well, we did have one tackle on the board. It was Batonio. Any generational kickers or punters? Let's see. That's usually easy. They have A in kick power. Oop. So it'd be Santos, who I did put a little star because he had A kick accuracy. His punter, his power is poor. Use Sherman at running back. That could be a play. At kicker, Kurt Coleman. A awareness, A kick accuracy. Oh, poor kick power. I mean, we got, who's our kicker right now? We got Carlson. Casey Kenny has B kick accuracy, A awareness, which is more rating. He is solid. Or we have Jay Hawkinson out of Memphis. A awareness, A kick accuracy. Ooh. That's probably like a generational kicker. Not saying we draft him. Jalen Carson's a stud. But that is probably pretty good. USC strong safety? No. So someone said play the fullback at running back. I mean, true. Like, is he the fastest player left? Like, as a ball carrier? He ran a 4.52, which is very fast for a fullback. We got some speed. Clinton ran a 4.37. Fastest. For what it's worth, the fastest running back is still there. 7th round pick. Take the kicker with our last pick. I think we could do that, I guess, if you want to like kind of just pad the stats of the draft. Offensive tackle with great speed. Uh, 4.93 on Isaiah Curtis. B run block. Bench press sucks ass. No speed, man. Bench. Thompson, Spearman. Like, these aren't great bench presses either. Batonio does have that 36. This guy here, Thad Carter. B run block, C impact block. Maybe the best combine. I don't really like the fullback. I think, I'm thinking, just because I got Piggies. I love Piggies. I think it's fun. I think we'll go, let's get the tackle. Tackle, we can finish with the kicker. So because of the big, we're talking about a bunch of different picks here. We actually found a pretty decent looking fullback here in Sam Sherman. Maybe, again, some of these UDFA guys, if we remember them, maybe we can go sign them as UDFA players, like free agents. I don't know. I kind of had fun with Big Sexy Pigis. But he is a very athletic fullback that we could even, like, kind of use it like a power back. Like that third running back. But we need tackle depth because we put DJ Glaze, Colt Miller's backup. He was part of that trade. And, I don't know, man. Looking at some of these tackles. Russell Kendrick is a guy that's getting some love. Yeah, I mean, the bench press kind of scares me here. Cook at right tackle. People are saying tackle. Where's Cook? Matt Cook. C pass block, B awareness. Again, bench press kind of sucks. So I think what we're going to do is, and again, not a sexy pick, but we're going to go grab a depth tackle here. Dorian Batonio, NC State. I don't think we're really getting hyped or anticipating any dev traits here. Oh, that's close enough for a value pick. 197 in true value at 158. You can live with that. It's in the same area code. No dev trait. But we do get 90 strength, B awareness, B run block, A lead block, B run block power. Maybe more of a right tackle. But, solid depth move. That's what he needs to be. Okie dokie. Let's go to our next pick, which is in the 7th round. Kicker? Do we just say screw it and get the generational? I don't. Okay, maybe he's not generational, but the likely generational kicker. I think we just do it and then we just see. All right, so our final pick here in the 7th round. I'm just saying from a house rule, and I see people talking about it. I said there's just too much cheese. And I mean, we're already kind of cheesing it, but there's so many nose tackle cheese. I guarantee all these nose tackles are going to be in the 70s. We got Brad Smith. We got Darren Carroll. I didn't want, I could just cheese it. I guarantee these guys are going to be probably mid-low 70s. Maybe they have a dev trait, maybe they don't. But someone just literally said, we have Daniel Carlson at kicker. Great kicker. Kind of expensive, though. He got paid. And someone just said, when we're trying to figure out who to pick in chat, is there like a generational kicker or punter? And I think there is one. Jay Hawkinson out of Memphis. And at this point, we're just trying, because it's off-season live stream. Just under 800 people watching this right now. Do we just try to make it like an all-time draft? Just try to cheese when we look at the draft recap? Because Jay Hawkinson, with all due respect to Daniel Carlson, A awareness, A kick accuracy, elite kick power. There's a chance he's generational. So, I think we just do it. And if he ends up being generational, it's just, it is what it is. Just trying to pad our stats at this point. Number 4 in true value. Yep. 99 kick power. Hidden dev. Just padding our stats at this point. So do you think maybe we could trade? I mean, I don't think we need any more cheese here. Can we get a 7th from Carlson? I'll see if someone will offer me anything for Daniel Carlson, and if not, we might just have to make a tough call. I mean, he's a hell of a kicker. He's probably a better kicker than at least half the kickers in the league. I just don't think people are going to trade for a kicker. Let alone can afford him. Like, what team needs a kicker? Trade the other kicker for the fullback. Who needs a kicker? What team has the worst kicking situation in the league? Younghoe Koo, no. 49ers, they've got Moody. Jags have that guy just broke the record. Carolina, maybe? Should we go back to the Texans just for shits and giggles? Nah, they got Fairbairn. We're not going to... Okay, let's go see who has the shittiest kicker. And then I'll be like, maybe we can do business here. Dude, this is going to be nuts. Why are we're doing this for a fullback, fellas? What are we doing here? Okay, shittiest kicker. I mean, I don't want to just look at backups here. House is one of the shittiest kickers? Panthers, maybe? Let's see if Carolina wants to do business. They even have a 7th. All right, so we have another chat pick. We're going to say Carlson because we just got a freaking generational kicker, and I looked to find who has the worst kicking situation in the league. Carlson's still a great kicker. Very good kicker. Has a star dev. Panthers had one of the worst kicking situations, so we're able to get back into the 7th round for a fullback. Chat wants a fullback. Didn't go yet? No, we're still good. So we have a fullback. I mean, we're kind of looking for a running back. We wanted a power back. And the power backs that we were kind of really liking, and you look right now for who's available, there's just no power backs. So there was a fullback here named Sam Sherman, who I just tabbed up. He's a little bit smaller, undersized for a fullback, but he had A carrying, and, you know, the athletic traits are off the charts. First in the 40-yard dash, ran a sub 4.5 40 at his pro day. Vertical jump first. 3-cone drill first. 20-yard shuttle first. Now, I'm very happy with J.J. Pegues at fullback, but I'm a man of the people. For whatever reason, chat wants a fullback, and, I mean, with the athletic traits, I mean, he could have a dev trait. Usually players that are first in a lot of the athletic categories do. If not, I mean, we might just move him to a running back and just have a little bit added power to that room. So let's see what we can do. $73 in true value at 216. Excellent run blocker, prototypical lead blocker, shows good speed for a fullback. AKA, we're probably going to make him a running back. A carrying, but that's A carrying for fullback. Whew. Another dev trait. Not really the athletic profile I'd love to throw in. He has great speed relative to other fullbacks, but it's another dev trait player. All right, let's finish out this draft, fellas. And then we're going to be looking at the draft recap. This is going to be kind of crazy. We've got 800 people. It's 2 a.m. Go to bed. Go to bed. If you're here, you've yet to hit the like button. We have 800 people here, 500 likes. Can we get to 550 for an all-time potential draft before we go look at the draft recap? Chat ended up picking 2 players. that is your responsibility. Sherman fullback. Winters is coming at tight end. Those are your guys. But we're gonna build the intensity here. David Clarkson. There's a shout out. David Clarkson. Marcel Reese at fullback. That is his name. Come on, let's get 10 more likes for 550. Give us training camp too. I'll tell you right now, at 550 likes, that's when we'll look at the draft recap. I don't think we're gonna. I'm burnt. What we're gonna do though, I will say after this, we will go look for UDFA and see if we can find some UDFA gems. But there we go. We got our 500 likes, 550. All right, it is now time for draft recap. We have what feels like a very special draft. But how special is it going to be? The anticipating is out of the world right now. It's just, is it going to be? I'm letting it build. Can we get 600? I'm gonna cheese it one more time. I've been relatively not a cheesy. Can we get 600 likes? That will be it. No more moving the goalpost. 600 likes, and we'll do draft recap, and we're gonna go look for the studs that we missed out on, but the 600 likes will get me to stay to go kind of sift through some of the UDFAs to see if we can find some studs. That's going to be the official. It was 550 to look at draft recap. If we can get 600, I will go look at the UDFA. So I'm going to go right now into draft recap. When we get 600, we'll do UDFAs. All right, fellas, it is time to take a look at the draft recap of a draft class that could be borderline all-time. Chat thinks it could be all-time. Let's look. No 80s. For what it's worth, no 80s. Kyle Clary, 77, dev trait. Mitch Howard, 74, dev trait. Bryce Kirkland, 78, dev trait. Dontrell Levy, 73, with a dev trait. We got Jordan Poole at corner out of necessity, 69 normal. Come on, guys. Here is the man. That chat. Well, the first of two chat picks. Dion Winters, 63 overall with a dev trait. We got 66 on Batonio, just purely a depth move. We went out and got a guy that we thought was a generational kicker, 79 with a dev trait. And then the second of two chat picks, trading back to get a 71 hidden dev punter. You guys want to look at the dev traits? Could that just be like a stream exclusive? I'm going to leave this in the video for people that are just watching this as an off-season. Should we just see what the dev traits are on stream, or do you guys want to, I don't know. For this video going up on YouTube, you guys aren't seeing shit. I kind of feel like that keeps us honest looking at dev traits. It's not going to necessarily ruin what's going on, because it's just, we need 2 more likes. Just do Winters. Okay, how about this? Here's what we're going to do. I'm going to do the dev traits because I don't want to. I want to. There's certain levels of me. Like, it's going to be exciting to find the dev traits. Is it fair? You guys made 2 picks. You guys made Dion Winters and Sam Sherman. I think it'd be fine for those being your 2 picks, and we just go look at their dev traits right now. Everyone else, the kicker, the corner, the D tackle, the wide receiver, and the quarterback, those dev traits we find out organically. But just for a little special, because they were your guys' picks, we look at the dev trait just for Winters and Sherman, just to get an idea. I think that would be fair. It's not spoiling the whole class. It's just the 2 guys you wanted me to get. Is that fair? So that way, because I personally think, in my opinion, reverse is just as polling the room. I don't really want to spoil. I would honestly wouldn't care about showing all of them except the quarterback. But let's just do these 2. So we got Sam Sherman here. What is the dev trait on the fullback that you guys wanted? I'm going to guess probably just star. It's not like he doesn't really have like anything insane. Let's see. Sam Sherman. What? Okay. Hey. Thanks. Thanks for that one, fellas. Superstar fullback. Nothing about him says superstar. Like 80 lead blocks, kind of average. Like his blocking stats are... They just kind of are what they are. He's a good athlete. I guess there you go. Sorry, JJ Pegues. Competition in the fullback room. I don't know, man. I feel like we moving to running back. He's got to go like way down to like the low 60s. All right, here's the last one. We're gonna look at this dev trait. We hit our like goal, so we're gonna look at this dev trait. We're gonna go look through the draft recap for some of our favorite players, and then we'll go look for some UDFA. See if we can find some UDFA studs using some of the tips and tricks that I've shown, and then I'm going to bed. Father of 2. Dion Winters, ladies and gentlemen, the chat pick of all chat picks. Ended up picking him in the, 150? 3 something in true value, but we all know that we're just getting him for like an athletic weapon, an athletic specimen. What do we got? Go take out, what are our predictions? Dion Winters. Star Dev, Superstar Dev, an X Factor. Winters is coming. But see, the problem is, what if it's something good? He's not ever. At no point will I let a meme chat pick go over Brock Bowers. And I'm not trading. Brock Bowers is our guy. Got Michael Mayer at tight end too. Like, maybe. I think there's just an opportunity here that we just treat him as a weapon. Fun developmental player. Has a long way to go with that base rating. Maybe he stands out in the preseason. Dion Winters. He's a wide receiver. Dude. I make him 69. Do we have a 69? That's a good number. 84. Dude. You guys. I mean, change his weight. What's his number? Give me number. We'll do that now. I don't know about wide receiver. I don't know about changing. What number should we make your monster here? $81. Can I make him 0? Do we have a 0 on the roster? No, we must already have a 0. No 81. That's Tim. Okay, we can't go Tim Brown. Okay, we'll go 84 for right now. And we'll look at wide receiver and all that stuff. I don't want to be messing around too much. So congrats, chat, and single-handedly with their 2 picks. Got me a... I mean, okay, here's one. Let's show the kicker, too. You guys made me go pick a kicker. It's probably going to be really good. So you guys have pressured me into picking an X-Factor tight end. I'm not going to say that the tight end was... I was in agreement that he was probably going to be a fun project. Didn't think it was going to be an X-Factor. You guys made me trade up. We got him. We got a fullback, superstar. Let's just look at the kicker dev trait. Atomic Gamer, yes. This will be... I've been recording like segments throughout. And I'll put it all together for an off-season video. It'll come out Sunday. Thank you very much for the donation. We're going to look lastly just at the kicker. Because you guys want me to get him. We're on a run streak. And it's... There we go. So not generational. Not an X Factor. But thank you guys very much for the nice 2 superstar, 1 X Factor assist here for this draft. Okay, check. Okay, screw. I'll do it right now. Let's check the wide receiver rating for winners. But congrats. I mean, the kicker was pretty anticlimactic. I was pretty confident that was going to be a great depth trait. So winners is a 63 at tight end. And if we move him to wide receiver, his rating, if it goes up, I'll keep him here. 59. I think we keep him at tight end for the time being. Because you can have a tight end on your depth chart. You can just put him at wide receiver anyway. So I think it's no harm, no foul. There's not a lot of difference there. All right, let's go look at some of the other picks that we like. If we see some names that we want to look at. Nothing too crazy there. We'll just go team by team kind of quickly. And if we see a guy that we really liked, we can go investigate a little more. Braden Bishop was a quarterback that I like, 65. For the Broncos, nothing there. For the Browns, Raekwon Sweeney. He was, if we somehow, someway stayed in the first round, he was a corner that I was considering. Let's see what's under the hood here. 77. Stardev. Yeah, we'll go look at that Texans fullback for sure. Bucks, nothing. Cardinals, nothing. Ooh, Brad Smith, one of the nose tackle cheese right there, 73. For the Chargers, too bad. Another nose tackle cheese right there. And Whittington, he was we had him favorited. Nothing much there for the Chiefs. Colts, what do we got here? Anybody that we're looking for? No, not really. There we go. This was Aaron Donald. Only a 75? Brad Smith was one of the nose tackles. Okay, we'll go look at him for sure. Where's he at? Brad Smith, 73. I will say, like, looking back in hindsight, we didn't get a generational guy. Right? We didn't get that 85 X Factor. So I think that might hold this draft back. Damn. Well, that's annoying, having that on the short list. What was that? UDFA? God damn it, man. That's a miss. Right there. All right, let's see. Marciano. So he's a man that we thought might have been Aaron Donald. Elite trait, 75 is very low. Does have a dev trait. I mean, that would still be pretty fun. 85 acceleration, 75 speed. Finesse moves on point. Let's see what the dev trait is. Superstar, okay. I mean, you know. I thought he'd be better than what that is. Cowboys. Keep looking. Try to remember. I'm trying to remember just some of the names. Dallas had a good draft. 78, 75, 74. Carroll. Another nose tackle. Eagles. How'd the Birds do? White running back in the second round, huh? Trying to get Saquon out? I will say, as I'm looking through here, I'm not seeing, like, we whiffed on a corner. I'm not seeing any corners that are going 4th, 5th round that are, like, into the 70s, like, much higher than Poole. Poole's, like, kind of the measuring stick of a 69. Like, is anyone tracking in to beat that? I think we've made a relatively nice move there. Clifton at corner, yeah, he's another guy we want to look at. I think, I mean, that's kind of, that's one thing that, like, in terms of my class, ooh, Vega, the safety, we had him favored. He's a 75. That would have been a good pick. It's the dev trait there. Hidden dev, sick. So we would have been happy if that was a selection for us. I think with how free agency went, just a star. Okay, not bad. Jets. Oh, okay. Here's a big one. If in hindsight we did this whole draft again, Ruiz in the second round was probably the one pick I wanted that we missed because he had A man coverage, A zone. So he has 73 zone, 64 man. So that's obviously a little bit skewed. But he was really probably the one player that we missed. Please be star. Fuck! I gotta record this one. Let me go back. I'm not gonna act like I didn't. I'm not gonna act like we didn't just see this, but we gotta highlight him because we hyped him up a little bit. God damn it! All right, so we're kind of going through draft recap right now in stream, and we're kind of looking for players that we've highlighted. And there's only one player in this draft that we hyped up that got away from us, and it was Enrique Ruiz. He was the linebacker that had A zone, A man coverage. Jets sniped him. He absolutely would have been our pick in the second round. We're pretty much all in agreement on it. We had him as one of our 3 extra scouts. He ends up being a 73 hidden dev. Now, I will say, the fact that he had A zone, A man, 64 man, 73 zone, a little bit lower. I thought it would have been higher. And then we're just kind of looking through. I'm not going to show all these dev traits, but we looked just for Ruiz because he's really, for a great class that we had, he is the one that got away. Very painful. Very painful. God damn, dude. If we would have got that, I don't know. This might be like the greatest. Like, this will be the draft that every draft we ever do will be in reference to this draft if I would have got that, I think. Oh, I had Sellers starred 75 running back. He was certainly on the list. Him and the other power back. He's a dev trait. Mike Sellers. I did like DeConti, I believe his name was more. But Sellers, superstar. Okay. I would have, I mean, that's not pay. He was never really outside of just being on a short list. That's sick. At least, it's one of those things where, like, the process was right. I saw enough things on him to put a favorite on. He was on the favorite list. So that process tracked. We had a superstar running back sitting there. Drew Hendricks. He was a player that we had fully scouted as a top 5 true talent. What do we got here? There's a lot of dev traits, dude. Oh my God, dude. Top 5 superstar D tackle. What a draft from the Packers. 79, superstar. 77, wide receiver. 74. Not bad. All right, as we keep it on here. Looking good. Patriots. Clifton. Was Clifton the corner? Someone were talking about the corner we had to go check out. Was it Clifton? It was Clifton. All right, here we go. He's 71. So at least from like an outside perspective here, like nothing crazy. The corner we got was 73 with a dev trait. But I guess the dev trait, that's just a star. Can live with that. Oh, we had Painter also favored. He's a 70 at safety. Any dev trait? Normal dev. So, okay, there you go. There are normal devs, apparently, I guess. This is very, very overpowered class. All right, keep going on. Raiders, there's us. Oh, what a class, baby. Love it. Could be all time when all is said and done. Mitch Mitchell. Is this the only guy we got to look at? Okay, we'll record this reaction as well. So the other quarterback in the class, the team that we traded up to get our quarterback was the Rams, and there's the other one, Mitch Mitchell. I had fun with this during stream. That's kind of a funny name. He was our backup option at quarterback. Just kind of see what the second best option was. Oh, that would have been it. I would have been angry. 96 throw power. Oh, gross. Thank you, Rams. What else we got? Ravens. Nothing there. I think I did have Ruiz tabbed. 73. Saints went McLeod. First overall pick at quarterback. See the dev trait. Just kind of maybe no. Okay. Yeah, at least the quarterback that went ahead of us, the one that wasn't available for us to select, is only a star. They had a good 1-2 punch there, though. Got a 76 tight end as well. We got the Seahawks. Almost there. Looking at the Steelers. No one we were looking at. Texans. Here we go. This is what... Wow. We'll put this in the video as well. So while we were going through the draft process, the Texans had an interesting draft. We were trade partners with them. In the second round, they drafted a fullback, which was kind of funny. We're like, what are we doing? And, okay, everyone's just like, let's go look at the Texans, what they did at fullback. 80 overall. So that's like one of those ones, like, I guess, if you're going to draft a fullback, get yourself an 80 overall superstar fullback. 93 stiff arm. Oh, this is, I'm not going to say this is the guy we should have got. But you know what? I will say that's, worthy of a fullback. They have another player here, DeConti, who we were considering. And let's see. Does he have a dev trait? Normal dev. I just like the fact he was like 230 pounds with 90-plus speed. We thought that was a big loss. Not really. Yeah, he might be number one in true talent in this whole class. I'll go out and just sort by overall. So maybe we jumped the gun a little bit, roasting the Texans for getting the fullback in the second round. I would have loved that. That's fun. You could do a lot with that. A lot of damage. Looking at the Titans. Much there. Then finishing up with the Vikings. They get a 75 linebacker. A couple nice linebackers there. Okay, so that is recap. Number one player in true value goes to, whoa, Devin Darden. Number one. 83 right guard. He was the only guard that was projected to go in the first round. He does look pretty sick. Josh Allen's happy. Freeze wants to see who the fastest player is in the draft. Okay, we'll go look at that. Raekwon Sweeney, who we had a lot of interest in. So no like crazy burners in this year's class. No like 4.2 speed guys. Does anyone have like 99s? Anyone have like a 99 that stands out that we missed? Oh, Mitch Howard with 96 change of direction. McPhee, the fullback with the most stiff arm. And trucking. Oh, that Mitch Howard, the best short route running in the class. Man, no real like crazy freaks. Yeah, Braden Bishop, biggest arm. Mitchell right there. Clary at number 3. Can live with that. 88 short. And that McLeod guy does have some good stats. Best throw under pressure goes to Clary. Mitch Mitchell with the best break sack. We get tied for best play action. But there's, I mean, for a class that had a lot of crazy dev traits, not a lot of crazy stats, not a lot of crazy ratings. Like, look, like no 99 hit power guys. Those are usually fairly common. Oh, let's go. Levy with the best man. Love to see that. Best man and press. We got the best press man cover corner in the draft, and that's like the position that we said we had to go get. So that's sick. But man, no 99s. Any 99 personality? Well, I don't like. Oh, no, 99 our kicker. Our kicker had 99 kick power, I think. All right. So as promised, I said if we got 600 likes, we would wrap this up by go looking and scouring for some UDFAs. So let's do it. Let's give us a nice big 75 out of 75. Let's see if we can find some studs. And if we do find studs, we will highlight. I'm just going to do it the quick way. I'm not going to literally go pick by pick by pick or position by position and look at every single one because the load times in this game are crazy. But what I have found in my experience is when you go to the free agents, what you want to look for is we'll go practice squad eligible. Holy. For the most part, it'll give us a good idea of who's what. But you want to look for future starter tag. It's just kind of the easy way, especially I don't recommend anybody out here until there's a patch that kind of ups the menu speed a little bit. I would not like click in and out of every single player. I think for a rule of thumb, go off of player tags. If a player does have a star dev, now there's a chance that players will have like future starter tag or whatever and might not have a dev trait and they're just kind of a good player. But I don't think there's any UDFA guys that do have a dev trait that won't have a tag. So you know what I'm saying? It's like not like a tag is automatic dev trait, but I think if they do have one, they will have a tag. So let's see here. Looking pretty bare. Blackwell got some good speed. I mean, we might as well look in case there's like any studs. Any guys with like decent intangibles. Not really. Quarterback looks pretty weak. Running backs look pretty weak. All things considered. Oh, we don't need fullbacks. What about wide receivers? Ooh, Levi Norman. Okay, then we'll come back for a sec. That's a future starter. Let's see if my method tracks. Norman, UDFA, fast as hell. I would get him anyways. Does he have a dev trait? If the future starter tag, just to help you guys from avoiding going in and out of the menus here. Let's go, baby. We got one. All right, so for the last week for this off-season video, I told Chad if we got 600 likes, we would look for some UDFAs. We have 10 roster spots. Now, I do not recommend with the state of how slow the menus are in Madden 26. If you played Madden 26, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Like, if you wanted to manually look at every single rookie to see if you could find all the ones with dev traits, you could. But basically what I have personally found is that if a player has a tag of future starter, that's a UDFA, They usually have a dev trait. So that's what we're going to look for. We found one here in Levi Norman. The OP offseason continues. Mr. Norman. Oh my God, those menus. Star dev trait. Welcome to camp. Yeah, we got nothing there. Tight end. I'd love to get an offensive lineman with a dev trait, if I'm being honest with you. I mean, there's still nice value here that we might want to, like, a 67. I think we'll bring him in. We need some depth on the offensive line, so we're going to look at 67 UDFA Rashad Spencer out of Clemson. We're good at center. And another one that's only 21 is Skyler Montgomery. Don't hate that. Gargiulo, 69, not bad. Come on, man. Give me a depth trait lineman. Sean Ware, 66. That's low strength. Good athlete. Eh. I mean, I guess we got the space. Optimus. We're going to put this recap. It's going to all go in one video. That'll be out Sunday. It might be Monday. We might kick off year 2 Monday. Ooh, Loomis. We got another one. And we got another dev trade. Luke Loomis, UDFA from Miami's nose tackle cheese. Welcome aboard. I mean, we'll probably just take these guys, throw them on practice squad for the most part. If they get stolen, we know. I'm not gonna say we're cheesy. We're playing this franchise the way that I think it should be intended. Get the best players possible with wear and tear. Ooh, look at this guy. 91 speed, 250 pounds. Will, nothing. Future starter. Gotta be a future starter here at corner. Wow, none. Okay. Safety. None there. None there. And none there. So we cleaned it up. Is future starter long snap? No. All right, we got our guy. Let's wrap this thing up here, fellas. I guess we'll go look at adjust lineup. So we'll generate for the time being. We'll cue this thing up. All right, fellas, so with that being said, we have gone out and had maybe an all-time draft. Shout out to everybody that stopped by in the stream. Insane offseason. We're going to be doing every single offseason in stream. This was absolutely incredible. I thought we would have 150, 200 people. We had... I don't know what the peak was, but we held almost 700 people this whole time. Absolutely insane amount of donations. I am not worthy. I very much appreciate that. It's insane. Absolutely insane. I can't thank you guys enough for tuning in the stream. And for everyone that missed the stream, this is why we're doing this kind of recording in bits so you guys can see it here in the, last Sunday before NFL football. Let's go. So I hope you guys are excited off of this draft class for the year ahead. I don't think we could have had a better... I mean, outside of missing on that X-Factor linebacker, that draft was absolutely everything it needed to be. And I cannot wait to get in the season, man. We got a special series here, and I think it's only going to get better. So with that being said, fellas, if it is your first time stopping by, don't be afraid to hit that subscribe button. Leave a comment in the comment section below who your favorite draft pick was. I'm not going to say spoil, but draft on the stream. We did look at Sherman's dev trait because that was a chat pick. We did look at Winter's dev trait because that was a chat pick. And we did look at the Kicker's dev trait because that was a chat pick. Everything else is going to be an actual surprise when it happens. But if you're here in stream, we had a very good draft. We'll just put it at that, and I can't wait for the people that missed the stream to see what we have in store here this season. So thank you guys very much for watching. I'm so excited with how this Raiders franchise is going, and you never know when the monster with the face paint will make an appearance. I'm going to keep that. Just keep that on the back of your brain. But thank you guys very much for watching. Until next time, it's your boy C4 saying peace out, love ya. Have a good one. All right, that's for the YouTubes. Guys, unreal stream. Yeah, we gotta do this again sometime. I will make a promise that I will stream again before our next off season. I explained throughout this that it's just kind of, if I didn't have a family, streaming would be easy. I'd stream whenever I want. I'd make content when I want it for my daily uploads. It's just trying to balance in that. I'm thinking once the kids get back in school and I can kind of figure out a routine, maybe we can look at streaming during the day sometimes, the occasional night streams. Maybe we look at college football streams. I don't know if I'll stream on this channel. I don't know. I have a second channel. That'll be one thing. Before everyone leaves, more C4 is my second channel. It's always a good idea, especially if you're not an Eagles. Just that is a place that I may eventually if I am streaming, I'll be streaming over there. Because I do get let's be honest, almost every person that plays video games, especially ones that play it like as your job, when Grand Theft Auto comes out, I think everyone's going to play Grand Theft Auto. So like if I'm streaming Grand Theft Auto, there's no way I'm going to do it here. Like that'd be something for the second channel. So I don't know what's going to work out, but I would say stay tuned on social medias. I'll always update you guys when I'm going to go for a stream, and that would be helpful to just keep in base with that second channel because that could be where I end up streaming. But thank you guys very much. Where are we at? It's almost 5.5 hours. I literally thought this was going to be like an hour and a half stream. Woo! Time for a bed salad. Got to get up super early, try to finish a Titans rebuild to be out to you guys because I don't want to be working during college football. I want to kick the feet up and watch college football. I implore you guys to do it. It's going to be a great game. Kansas State, Iowa State in Dublin will be sick. Hawaii, Rainbow Warriors are playing. We got some of those guys from the Hawaii College Football Series I'm going to be paying attention to. What other games we have tomorrow? Look, we got Arsenal. I got to watch that game in the morning. Arsenal versus Leeds. Hopefully that's 7-0. We get Gyökeres. For those that know, if you know, you know. But what do we got tomorrow? We get Iowa State, K-State, 2 ranked games. We get Fresno State, Kansas should be good. We get Western Kentucky, Stanford, Hawaii, should all be fun. But the plan will be I'm going to get up super early, even though it's 2:30 in the morning. I'm going to pop an energy drink. We're going to hopefully have a Titans rebuild out tomorrow. Sunday will be the recap of this all put together. And then I'm hoping Monday will be year 2 of the Raiders franchise. So that will be that. Thank you guys very much for watching. I literally, again, just to stop rambling, I can't believe the support in this stream. Thank you guys very much. Sometimes, good days and bad days. And no matter what, you guys made this a very good day. Thanks again. Love you. Peace out, love you. Have a good one.